go-kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of course.
Well, dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCara.com. At ShopPayCara.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCara.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go, come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico, it's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the kart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
As we begin opening ceremonies here, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend a warm welcome and a thank you to the United States Air Force, presenting our nation's colors. First, thank you, Ashley Fernandez, Senior Airman. Kenneth Payton, Airman First Class. Jalen Howard, Senior Airman. And Brooke McCarty, Senior Airman. And we'd like all of you to please rise and remove your hats as we thank Ryan Sanchez Weber, Senior Airman, who will sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? What a respectful way to pay tribute to this country that allows us to do this, to bring you 7 and now up to 8 action-packed main events on the way here, folks, for the U.S. Pro Kart Series, the Carolina Grand Prix, the 2026 U.S. PKS season in its return to kicking things off as it did in 2013 at the inception of the championship here at Trackhouse Motorplex in Mooresville, North Carolina. Myself, Xander Clements, Justin Prince, Caleb Vieska, Hunter Bolton, and the rest of our KC production team are lined up alongside the USPKS officials and Trackhouse Motorplex crew, ready to bring the action. Main events getting started in just a matter of moments here in Mooresville. And let's take a look at what this circuit is having set in store with our Kart Class official preview. 11 turns around this racetrack in total, just shy of 3/4 of a mile in length, and a major front straightaway to kick things off in the run down to turn 1, the first major passing zone that you will see. Turns 1 and 2 have changed dramatically since that very first season we visited this circuit, and as always, we talk about the track limits here. It begins right at the beginning of the lap, trying to take all that you can through turn number 2. The run continues on the run all the way up to turn number 3, full throttle from the apex at 1, up and over the curbing at 2, into the runoff at 3, and then the next major passing zone at the end of the backstretch, turn number 4. Through the chicanes at 5 and 6, now with a little bit of added runoff in 6 means a high-speed, high-braking zone at the slowest corner on the racetrack, the hairpin, turn number 8. That leads then to a very fun final sector of switching back to the right side at turn 9, and that run up the hill right by our GoPro speed shot, all the way to the last turn, where it's been crossovers, back and forths, and even around the outside passes that have made the run down the hill, nearly 15 feet of elevation, down to that start-finish line. Who will end up on top today? We kick things off with the youngest superstars. Mike Roswift, ages 7 to 10 years old, ready to get after it here. Bo Wyatt among many, looking for his first career U.S. national win. He gets to do it from the inside of row number 1 against the kid who has experience standing on the top step, Jack Katowski, and the list goes on from there, as still early in the year, setting the tone and setting yourself as the driver to beat in the next generation of motorsport superstars begins right now with the Micro Swift class presented by Team Ferris Racing. These kids, again, having to get exemptions from homework and school to the best they can, or probably doing some back at the hotel and the tent in between to be able to be here for the last 3.5 days. And it all builds to this moment right here, this main event. 20 laps on tap for the Micro Swift drivers, Justin. It should be a fun one.
It should be an interesting one here for these competitors, absolutely, because we've seen a lot of drivers that have done well in various different events across the country so far really bring that same expertise and drive to come back up on top here this weekend. Bo Wyatt has looked very competitive, yes, but some of the others like Dusty Strayer have done well with new looks for their sides, while others are just quite simply looking to try and make major splashes, like Kip Canals here. He's looked pretty steady. He's been continuously improving as he's gotten more and more seat time over the course of this season so far.
Jose Torres is another name here who is starting in a pretty decent spot, relatively up the lineup. However, again, he was not one of those who was able to win out on either Heat 1, Heat 2, or the Super Heat. But a good starting spot for the main is all you need, because you can fight from there. 20 laps is a lot of time to go forward here for the likes of Roman Machine, who had a topsy-turvy kind of day on Saturday, hoping for a smooth run through this 20-lap final here today.
Yes, and right now, keep in mind when it comes to a lot of these drivers, it's going to be quite simply, are you going to be able to handle all the battling? And better yet, are you going to be able to temper some of that aggression early? Because 20 laps is a lot of laps, to say the very least. You have a lot more opportunities compared to, say, earlier on with the heat races yesterday to be able to plot and plan your proper moves and get yourself lined up to make your way to the front of the field. If you're able to keep focused on the task at hand, and better yet, stay within reach of the lead group, you're going to be in a really good spot today.
Equally, the important thing to note is how these races play out when they get lengthened on that point, Justin, that it really comes down to positioning yourself in the first couple of laps before the pack split up. We saw that on full display in the Micro Swift Super Heat yesterday, that once the lead pack got away, there weren't many that were able to charge up the field and join them. So how you play the first few laps when the air pressures are low, when the tires are cold, and when the engines, while they're heating up on the grid right now, are still building temps themselves, managing that to not lose sight of the driver at the top of the leaderboard too early, because there's a chance you might not be able to get back to him even over the lengthy distance of this final. As they take to the racetrack, we'll get the chance to ring you through the entire starting lineup here for this 20-lapper. Bo Wyatt and the number 51 Team Bennett machine will lead them to green alongside Jack Katowski. Tristan Francisco and Dusty Strayer will be lined up back on row number 2. Liam Compatiello and Jose Torres on row 3.
Then Trey Sanders will start in row 4 alongside Franco Schiavo. Kip Canals will start in 9th alongside Rowan Machine in the 10th position. Enzo Ramos starts 11th with Harrison Hill in 12th. We have someone off.
Oh no, that is Tristan Francisco off the racetrack in the number 20, one of the top starters, but it's Dylan Merchandini and Emmett Dalton, Jackson Reinholtz, Brody Allegretta, Wiley Lee, Grayson Waite, and onward all the way to the likes of Cameron Appel and Spencer Height back on row number 13. The likes of them, along with Charlie Skurzapowski, having some woes on Saturday that have put them on the back foot to fight here on Sunday, and obviously starting on a rough note there for the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart Chrome Machine of Francisco. We'll see if he can try to get his spot back where he's slated to start. We knew the track was going to be a little bit cold, but the field is a little bit out of formation. Let's see what we do here. He's slotted all the way at the back of the grid. There's one or two more in the middle. Are we going to end up having to wave this one off on our first try to go green? And indeed we will. We're going to give them a chance to re-rack themselves before we go racing.
They weren't just lined up in that circumstance, but it gives these drivers at least in their moment to think about how they want to approach this, to say the very least. Get themselves a decent start here. They already doubled their way up out of the cut through, get themselves prepared for what's going to be a busy day of racing coming up.
And so I think learning the lesson there, or maybe thinking it might have been more so on them. The front row has got your field to a crawl before we get going. Jack Katowski and Bo Wyatt have things nice and easy going. In the terms of the championship fight here, of course, it is the best 3 of 4 rounds. This round being round number 1, your overall haul from the weekend. To be eligible, though, for championship prizes, you've got to be in attendance at all 4 rounds. So it gives you 1 mulligan weekend over the course of the 4-round championship. Kicking things off here in Mooresville, North Carolina, then rolling over to Indiana during the Midwest summer stretch of the national tour with Newcastle Motorsports Park and the Motorsports Country Club of Cincinnati in early August, and then a new circuit to conclude the 2026 season. The Lorain, Ohio Kartplex will get christened just outside of Cleveland, Ohio for the 2026 season finale. The first time any major event will take place at Lorain. It's a circuit that has been in the works for the last couple of years. We'll get to check it out in a short bit of time before then. But for most of the drivers, it'll be a completely new venue that they'll be visiting for the first time either the week before or on that Thursday. But as we take a look around the racetrack and down here at our GoPro Speed Shot, you get to see how close we're able to get you to the action. And that's, again, at a crawl right now. It'll be a lot different in about 60 seconds if we can get this start clean and away. 20 laps. Bo Wyatt on the left in the blue and orange Bennick. On the right, in the red and white Trinity Karting Group Beerlard, it's Jack Katowski. We're ready to go for the first main event of the new year. The U.S. Pro Kart Series Team Ferris Racing Micro Swift Division is green. Clearing away. A good start indeed for Bo Wyatt, the pole sitter, and a great recovery right there for Tristan Francisco, already up to second in the number 20 machine as they roll down the infield run into turn number 8. Katowski into third, Dusty Strayer fourth, 2 by 2 further back, but everyone's still tiptoeing a little bit, especially seeing one driver spin out on the outlap. That'll put a little bit of nerves and fear into the current grip conditions for the rest of the pack. But first lap coming to a close here as they rocket up the hill into lap number 1. 19 laps to go. Team Ferris Micro Swift well and away here. Bo Wyatt in command down to turn number 1.
Wyatt continuing what's been looking solid over the course of the weekend. Staying in the rhythm, keeping the front, the back of the field fighting pretty hard, but the front itself has stayed relatively calm for much of this entire weekend to set up the opportunity to pull away from the others as they brawl through corners like 4. And Francisco seems in particular really willing to just ride and push, while Strayer and Katowski in particular try and make sure they stay within the top 4, and better yet, stay within the grasp of the 20 to make sure they keep within range of the leader.
They've got to be smart here at this point in the race. Take your time with every pass. Not obviously in terms of losing time, but in terms of how you set it up, because you can already see the pack beginning to split a little bit from 6th on back as they come back down the front straightaway again. 2 laps now completed. Bo Wyatt still your leader. No challenges yet. Jose Torres and Franco Schiavo hanging on to make it 6 deep up front. The Dusty Strayer did not get a good exit out of turn number 2. Lost a little bit of time there. He'll eat it back up in the run into turn number 4 just a ways as Trey Sanders makes the only move in the top 10 there with a pass further back. That looked to be on the 8th position. Liam Compatiello in the number 48. And we go back to the infield again.
Yeah, and at this point, you see some of the fighting really back there inside the top 6 or so. Compatiello amongst those really fighting Sanders back there, but everyone else is just knowing the game. Knowing you have to make sure your tires last, and better yet, your cart's in position to stay within the choo-choo train. A little bit of a gap between Francisco and Katowski, as it looks like for the most part, everyone's making it clear. You keep within the range of the leader, then you can fight, so long as your average pace stays there in the course of this run in the draft.
You just can't afford a mistake if you're someone like Franco Schiavo right at the back of the train, right? You have to be so smart, so poignant, because one little bobble and then you've got no safety net, no driver behind you to push you back up the leaderboard and back towards the top 5. As you can see, even Bo Wyatt, even now, here working lap number 4, was a bit out of shape there, and Tristan Francisco was even more out of shape. What has happened to the RPM Nitro kart that was just right on his heels there in second as they rolled through that infield section? Did we have a problem for the Canadian? He was right on the heels of your leader, and now Jack Katowski up to second. Where did Francisco just slide to? He's, I think, all the way back to around 9th or so. He missed the run into turn number 6. Where did he go?
Yeah, just absolutely plummeting all of a sudden. As a result, looked to be a consistent market. He's falling down the timing pylon. Francisco already
there
down to 17th.
I wonder if he went off the racetrack there in the infield right as we were following the leader through. You saw Bo Wyatt get way out of shape in the apex. And if the leader went in deep, Tristan might have gone in even a little bit deeper and got caught out by it.
Yeah, and that really loses Bo Wyatt's help here in this now, because he and Francisco were working perfectly together, building about a couple hundredths, if not a tenth of lap distance. Now that help's gone, and now this is exactly what Katowski, Strayer, Torres, and company need, because now they get the chance to keep up with the leader instead of having a quick breakaway like we were starting to see for the top 2.
It's important right now at this point in the race here that you keep your wits about you. You keep the leader in sight, because already it seems like Bo Wyatt is finding a good rhythm. That lap was obviously really good for Jack Katowski. He was able to close the gap back up to his bumper. He was within the drafting range before, but I don't think Jack's in any rush right now to try and force the issue and make any moves. And in fact, behind him, they're starting to go at it.
Yeah, you've seen that with, in particular, Strayer just trying to hold on to the spot, does over Torres for the time being. And I think that's kind of just the thought of now, see what's going to happen to the race lead. Where do you go? Katowski goes hard inside, loses some ground because it was a tighter angle, and that lost him a spot. Javo already up to second with all of that because of all that squabbling. That comes down to, again, making the right choice for passes. This one was a better choice for Katowski.
Another lap goes in the books here. 6 in the books now, 14 laps to go as Jack makes a little move there in the last turn. Bo Wyatt gets about 0.4 of a second, but that little bit of battling that's happened in this main group has backed them up just enough that Trey Sanders and Jackson Reinholz have rolled up to the back of them. And more importantly, both drivers up 1 spot for Trey, 8 for Jackson, and 16 spots up the leaderboard for Charlie Skurzapowski on the Parallel. He's at the front of that second pack. He had to start tail end of the field in 24th. Huge gains in the early going for the kid in the number 30. As we see now, they get bottled up again in the lead group. That's Schiavo now to the outside. He'll lose a couple of spots. This is for 4th and 5th here coming up the hill. And Trey Sanders will roll again to the inside of 11. He had a big time wake up and turnaround for his race weekend in yesterday's Superheat. Charged through the pack. He ran out of laps though at the end and really got to the middle of the top 10 too late in the going where the leaders were gone. Now they're a little bit away, but much closer for Trey. And with the pace that he showed by himself, we were watching him lap after lap, Justin. The kid in 4th was matching the speed of the top 3. That red and white Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro kart was on a mission in Saturday's afternoon session. And now he has once again carved up the field on the start, albeit going back a little bit early. But back into a great spot now in 4th. He's got Dusty Strayer right in his sights now.
Good chance to pick up the draft right now. Last time by, Sanders was actually slower than the leaders, but that was with a little bit of squabbling in the first place you have to factor in. This time going to be the true benchmark with how much he's been able to chip away to the 12 this time through. 54.4 for the leader. Sanders, fastest lap out of anybody, 53.9, a purple lap for his sake. And Sanders is staying well and truly focused on trying to find a way around this 12, if not use him as a pushing device. There's the dive to the inside, not able to get the overlap. Trey Sanders, that time is indeed the best out of anybody he picked up, by the way, off the 12.
This lap would have been better, but I think he's caught Dusty Strayer so early in it, he's going to go right here. The number 3 to position 3 in turn number 8. That's another one down for Trey. Got tripped up a little bit on the exchange, but the leaders are starting to duke it out. Bo Wyatt, Jack Katowski back and forth, and Katowski takes the lead for the first time today as we get ready to put 9 laps in the books. Right about halfway here, 11 to go.
You know, the Katowski's always racing hard. We've seen them at the national level do very strongly. We continue on with the... These drive continue to squabble behind. Reynolds amongst those, with Schiavo falling all the way down to the 7th spot with how things have broken down. Have lost about a second plus to the race leaders.
These two here, though, Enzo Ramos and Charlie Skurzapowski, head-to-head on the leaders. They were 2/10 better last time by, so while they are a good ways back, this middle part of the lead group that's kind of gotten split apart could help bridge that gap, because you can see those parallels top of the screen. Now they are going to pass, it looks like, as Ramos goes by in the run to 8. But if we get another lead change or two, or more importantly, if that gap or spacing that we've got from about 3rd to 7th holds, it'll help make it a lower bar for 7th or for 8th and 9th to get there. And here is a little bit of infighting still going on. Reinholtz versus Schiavo and Competiello, or Torres, sorry, in the 31. Schiavo will get Reinholtz's spot away there at the end of the front stretch, move him officially 6th. Schiavo back to 7th as they roll on the back straightaway.
A little bit of an overlap, but didn't have the true chance. And again, one of the things as you develop as a driver, national level, regional, wherever across the nation in the micro side is, you're learning where the best opportunities to make passes are. Wyatt, for his sake, knows it's a little bit early to try and go for the sends that reels on back. Sanders just is willing to just stay to the bumper here. Notice he was pushing hard, in particular out of 6, staying as much tucked in as he can, up for 9, 10, 11 at the moment. Just remaining patient and knowing big picture is everything. The choice of everything is so important, Xander, as you develop as a driver.
100%. I mean, this is a lot of learning that goes on when you only get so many lengthy sessions, right? I mean, they've spent every other time they've hit the racetrack this weekend on track for an average of about 7 to 10 minutes at the most. Now we're out here for a good 22 minutes approximately with the lap times that they run, including the outlap and all, for this 20-lap final. And the dynamics of how to approach a race like this in this kind of package is vastly different than what you have in a heat race. In the case of Trey Sanders, right, prime example. He's gotten by Dusty Strayer. He's had to still go quickly forward through the field early on, and right here, this is what you cannot afford to have happen in the long race, because you've got now still 8 more laps when they get back to the line to try and figure things out. But a little bit of bobbling like that all of a sudden takes things well down the board, as we've got a penalty looming now. That is all the way towards the rear. That is Grant Heckman on the MPG Kart Republic with an avoidable contact penalty. We're seeing this lap, it looks like something must have happened to the likes of Chase Zolman, or right around Heckman's group. Tristan Francisco is right around him. He's trying to march his way back forward, and we're getting reports that I believe it did happen there in turn number 6 on the lap that we thought it did. Bo Wyatt was all out of shape, and Tristan kind of followed him, except he ended up rinsing all the way off the cliff. And I have to guess that that barrier line there right at the edge of the concrete, he was headed for it, made an evasive action decision to go to the outside into the dirt, and because of that paid the ultimate price, going to the bottom of the leaderboard. But here in the top 10, things are changing. Charlie Skurzapowski's got another one. In fact, he has another 2 on this lap alone. That was a nice move there. We'll see if he can hold it. He does. Staying tough there, slamming the door shut on Jose Torres, who's now going to get trapped once again, fighting with Jackson Reinholtz. Enzo Ramos is in that group. Skurzapowski into the top 5 from way back. 19 positions gained for Charlie.
Yeah, that is an error charge as to be expected from him, but Wyatt charges his way up to the front of the field again, out through 4. Now looks to try and build a small buffer again. He and Katowski continuing to battle a little bit, but not aggressively. Sanders, though, is right now within the whiff of the draft, keeping Strayer in bay also. So there's a chance, 1 or 2 more pass attempts, and you give the true chance for Sanders to get up there and try and take away the race lead and complete the charge up. What would be a +6 if he was able to get both. One cart moves off the racetrack.
I believe that might have been the lap traffic there at the very, very end of the lap that they were clearing, because there were a couple of stragglers that were a little bit off the leader's pace over the weekend. This will be the first session that they're having to deal with that. And speaking of having to deal with something, Now with 6 to go. Bo Wyatt and Jack Katowski take a look over their shoulders, and they see a new player. Trey Sanders on the Ryan Perry Motorsport Nitro Kart has joined the fray as this second group continues to mix things up. Skurzapowski and Ramos now at the front of it. So they've carved through that group from being 8th and 9th now to 5th and 6th. The downside is they're 4 seconds away from this 4-pack up front.
Yeah, and you see just how much they're starting to try and figure out where the place to go is. At this point, Wyatt has been really solid and clean air when he's been given opportunities to do so. Has been able to build small buffers when he's had the chance. But the tough thing is the draft's the all equalizer a little bit for how high-paced this track is for parts of the circuit. Katowski getting a chance for another boost of a run. Sanders getting even better of a boost, though, with the double toe. Getting a chance to go maybe for second. Wasn't able to get the full overlap.
Look at this run here into turn number 8. Trey Sanders, close as he's been all race, locking on. Fast lap that time. Dusty Strayer at the back of this 4-pack. They are really bringing the pace down, or pace up, and the lap times down now in the late going of this 20-lap main. It's been brewing up front. We've been waiting on it, and it's given us the opportunity to spotlight many of the other drivers here in this 20-plus driver micro field. But now the spotlight, with 4 laps to go, is centered on these 4. Bo Wyatt, Katowski, and now Trey Sanders with a move. The first one for him to get up to second. And the march continues for the number 3.
Able to slide up again, and that's something we've seen from Sanders all throughout the course of the weekend. We've seen this in Tucson, seeing this now with the send right back, though, all the way back to where he started. Katowski and Strayer work together, and now saying, let's sync up and get the leader. That's the tough thing about when you have various teammates here in this situation, Sander. They eventually will find a way to link up, and in that case, Sanders gets shuffled by the teammates.
So just like that, the first bit of negative progress here for Trey Sanders, but the good news is he's got laps to recover. 3 laps to go this time by. Bo Wyatt looking for his first national win. Jack Katowski looking for another tick in the column of what's already been a banner start to 2026. Dusty Strayer, his new teammate right behind him, would love to win on debut with TKG. And of course, Trey Sanders, a huge weekend for him over the just in the last 2 weeks. Now trying to get another at RPM's home circuit. Katowski through to the lead in the bowl. Trying to get past him is Sanders. He'll go all the way back to 4th. Will Bo Wyatt and Dusty Strayer and Jack Katowski now put the Red Army 1 and 2 in the run to the hairpin.
Yeah, and what would be a big storyline in all this is Strayer, you mentioned, with the new look here for this weekend, looking to keep up what's been a successful winter time. Now immediately, now in the final, hitting the ground, running with a couple laps to go, in position to battle with his teammate to go for the win. What a storyline would be if Strayer can find a way to get ahead of Katowski, who's led a majority of the laps when he has been amongst the top 2.
It would be huge if Dusty Strayer could play spoiler here. But now, with the double sticks given, they know it's go time, and Jack's already beginning protection down the front straightaway and the backstretch. That's going to stack them up a little bit. That's the one bit of hope here for Charlie Skurzapowski and Enzo Ramos, who have pulled away a little bit from Franco Schiavo in the number 37. Now as they run into the hairpin, looking low is Katowski. Looking low equally for 3rd is Bo Wyatt. He'll catch Trey Sanders sleeping on the run to the turn number 8 and get himself back 1 spot higher on the box. The U.S. Pro Kart Series podiums go all the way to the top 5. It'd be a career first for Charlie Skurzapowski. What a way for him to get it done from way back on the grid. Up front, the first 4 spots still up for grabs. White flag in the air. 1 to go. Katowski leads to Strayer, who covers low for second, and Sanders tries to give it back to Wyatt. He can't, but Wyatt hangs on.
Wyatt now shuffled back to the 3rd spot yet again in that sequence as they'll line back up. Strayer goes to the outside, side by side for the lead. Once again, though, the inside prevails. Katowski leaves the bottom open. Wyatt was able to get alongside, side by side up to 5, forces Wyatt back to 3rd, and Katowski able to withstand the pressure, but it's going to come down to 8.
Dusty Strayer's going to cover for second. Bo Wyatt's tried this before. He'll try it again, but he gets sent to the weeds. Strayer now to the inside. Trey Sanders all the way to the lead from 4th to 1st. Out of turn 9, Katowski into the side of Strayer. They're going to battle for 2nd. Trey Sanders stays back in the catbird seat and steals it and wins at Trackhouse.
Phenomenal finish, phenomenal capitalization. All really started with the side-by-side, and that's the tough thing when you're bogged down out of 8. It gets wild. Hearing there is a review for the finish, but Sanders with that took prime advantage of how much they were battling for that race win and just zoomed by both of them.
What a performance. Trey Sanders, 6 spots up. At lunchtime yesterday, I have to imagine the mood was probably a little bit somber in the number 3 camp. And then a change, and the speed instantly appeared in that superheat, and he takes that momentum straight through the pack all 20 laps, and on the final circuit from 4th to 1st as the leaders duked it out in turns 8 and 9. Trey Sanders, your provisional winner. I think he'll be clear of that review. However, I'm sure they'll take a look between the contact of Wyatt and Katowski and company. The rest of your field cycling on by, and we'll head to the scales here in a moment. For one happy young man, a winner for the first time in the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Trey Sanders gets it done here at round 1.
Good job. Congrats.
Trey Sanders, last lap move over or under on the exit of turn number 8 to get the move done. Trey, I'll give you a second here to take your helmet off. But buddy, walk me through that last lap. You crossed them all up from 4th to the lead. Tell me about that move for the win.
So I was just trying to stay calm and not trying to get in first, thinking pass. I was just staying calm. So then I saw everyone just go to the side. I knew they were all going to wash out like Arizona. So then I just swoop it through. And I was like, yes.
You're obviously happy about this win. Trey, who's made it possible for you to get this one done here on Sunday?
RPM, my team Dalton, my mechanic Jamie from England, and yeah, my dad and my mom.
Well, congrats, Trey. You're a winner here at USBKS on Sunday. Congrats, buddy.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break here. Karts are fired. They'll be getting ready to roll any moment for the next main event. KA Junior ready for action here. Let's take you through how they'll stack up. It's an even bigger field of our K100 Juniors than what you just saw in the micros. Tristan Murphy starts on the pole. Been a solid run through the weekend in both junior classes for him and Ashton Woon, who will join him alongside. Lorenko Varela, Nico Katowski, row 2, Nathan Golseth and Travis Pettit on row 3. Maxwell Macha, Benja Fernandez, Valentino Santillan, and Callum Berghoff are back on row 5.
Teo Calderon, Amonsto's in 11th, Santiago Orioli in 12th position. Then you throw it on back to Dryby, who will start in 13th alongside Wolf. Then Isaac Payne, quiet weekend in 15th. Dominic Gaddis the same in 16th. Cameron Johnson, Moskolenko, Amonsto's in the top 18. As we look at the rest of the grid, they're already coming to the tram lines.
Indeed, just about ready as the final few starters show across. 30 plus. KA Junior presented by BBS Race Engines. One driver trying to get into line quickly. It looks like he will. They're all formed up nice. Tristan Murphy on the left. Oh no! Struggles in the back. One driver stuck on top of the left rear of another. We've got the green. It is a wild one here as we're underway. As you can see, they'll take a look at that one. How in the world the field got so stacked up looking for the green flag, but a great jump off the rip here for Lorenko Varela to get up to second. Murphy leads. Woon wants second right back, though. He's going to try to shove the nose down low, and he can't quite pull it off. That'll bog him down, and now his teammate Nathan Golseth's alongside. 2 by 2 to turn number 9. Golseth out on the marbles and the rumble strips. Pettit on the inside. Nico Katowski is there as they flurry by.
how busy these drivers have gotten early on already. A lot of drivers trying to get active. Helmet blocking all the way to the inside line. An aggressive move once again.
Maxwell Mata trying to drive down Valentino Santillan. He had to give up on it there. He moved back out at the last second to open up for the corner. And Benja Fernandez followed suit to go past him.
Yeah, you have to be careful in that. I know you want to prevent the run, but that was a big-time block attempt on lap number 2 of the race. That already has seen the pack separate out by a couple seconds here. Battle for the lead is on once again. There goes the 864 to the point.
Lorenko Varela, new leader. Oh, we got one on the wall, one up and over. One of the Hotes driver development, or no, SLA kart racing machines. I think that was Lucas Dreibel in the 871, has flipped down at turn number 8. As we come to put 2 laps complete, we'll see if they need to give him any medical attention and bring the red flags out. Otherwise, for the moment, we're green. And to the end of the lap here, it's Ashton Woon who leads, and we appear to be all clear. So we stay green here down the backstretch. 2 laps in the books now.
Yeah, right now, it's going to be an interesting factor in terms of all this. He's been pretty solid over the course of the weekend, especially with the superheat. But we know Tristan Murphy is not afraid to make bold moves. We've seen that yesterday in one class. He's getting some moves put on him, though. Pettit, along with Kowski, both of them diving their way on through.
Murphy tried to follow. He had nowhere to go, and it's ultimately now going to end up with him back in 9. You saw them go 2x2 in front of him, so 3 spots lost for Tristan. Ashton Woon leads again here as we put 3 laps in the books. Still a long road ahead here before we'll get to the nitty-gritty at the end. Callan Berghofer enjoying that, trying to latch onto the group, as is the duo of Benja Fernandez and Valentino Santillan. They're not terribly far back from your leaders. There you see them. They're side by side even amongst themselves. Fernandez move him up another one, put him to 7th.
Yeah, it's going to get interesting how some of the drivers will push for the back. Murphy with some of the shuffles pushed as far back as the -5 already. But we know with this season in particular that drivers like Murphy have done well, but so has Ashton Woon, your race leader. Woon, and in particular, we talked about this during the pre-race show, has done phenomenal in every race he's done. He's one of the best drivers in this age bracket for a reason. With how many podiums he's picked up in his national career, he's looking pretty steady in that pink and blue helmet up in the front of the field so far.
And so far, so good for all 3 of them up front. I mean, they have traded the lead. They have hardly cost themselves any time. I thought for a minute that with as many as there were up at the helm, that we would see the likes of Fernandez and Santillan get closer. That gap has maintained. 1.8 seconds between them. Berghofer has even caught them there on the BGRLN card, and they're going to duke it out again. Santillan, realizing they're under pressure, goes back by Fernandez. Berghofer nowhere to go and pick up another position. And further beyond there, the leader at the end of the next pack, Matteo Calderon, has Santi Orioli with him there, 10th and 11th. This is a huge gaggle up front. Woon still commands them, down at 1. 5 now in the books as we continue to work our way through this PBSK Junior Main.
And the main thing that comes up to me, at least in mind, is how well these drivers are going to try and situate themselves in the draft for moves like this. Here we go, up the inside, Varela able to take the race lead, and Woon amongst those all the way to the back of the top 5 as a result. Those types of thoughts over the course of this race and are definitely going to pop up plenty when you have a draft train like this, where even when you make moves, most of these cards are not losing the ground like we would see in the micros, where you see big separation with the set.
And I think that helps because, or that's helped by the fact they have a little bit of a longer braking zone, so it's a little bit easier to just get far enough alongside to make a move like this, with Travis Pettit doing it next here down in turn 1, and yet at the same time still be able to get a good exit, whereas the slower classes, shorter braking zone means you got to be even more aggressive and potentially sacrifice the exit. Also not having the horsepower to pull you out of the corner, as Tristan Murphy now takes over 3rd from Varela, and the leader has already slipped back to 4th. Woon still looking on, Golseth looking on as well back in 6th. And this is going to allow the likes of Santillan, Fernandez, and Berghofer to close in. Beyond them, Cameron Johnson now has cracked the top 10. He's up 7 spots, by the way. Mega Drive in the works for Cameron on the Nash Motorsports entry.
Yeah, this has been impressive for Johnson in particular because he was one of those, remember, that we talked in the very quiet weekend, but know he has speed over the course of what we've seen. Leading that second pack way up the hillside right now. Doesn't have, per se, help on the rear end from Calderon or Olioli in particular, but seems to be putting down solid tempo. His last time by a 50 flat. He's run the same pace as all of these carts battling up front.
And that's all you need, a little bit of fighting up front, a little bit of movement, and a little bit of delay, and them getting lined back up to push on the straightaways after it all settles allows you to close that gap on in. Even when they're lined up like this, though, this is too many for it to really be impactful. 2 carts is easy. 3 carts is still pretty good to be able to run lap times quicker than someone alone. But when you're 5 deep in the group here, second has to break a little bit earlier to not run into the back of first place. Third, the same, but more so to not get into second. And on so down the pack. So when you have a group of 5, not only is it tempting at that point or nerve-wracking to stay in line, and instead they'll make passes like right there with Nico Kwiatkowski, but in some of the major break zones, like here into turn number 4, the drivers at the back of the train have to brake so early that it really backs them up to the next couple of carts that are able to drive it in and charge the corner, not having 3 or 4 or more go-karts in front of them. So that is, of course, allowed that second group to catch Nathan Golseth. They're going to try to make quick work of him. Valentino Santi on there, the first one by. He's up to 6. Berghofer has also gone by on Fernandez the previous lap around. He's the next one knocking on the door of Golseth as the leaders change things up again. Tristan Murphy back to the front now at the end of lap number 9.
Just a bounce back after losing about 5 spots in the first couple laps. No. RPM over the course of the weekend was one of the major talking points, Xander, because remember, they have the best qualifying runs, but of course, qualifying is not the end-all, be-all. In this class, as well as the Aaron Murphy races in particular, though, the RPMs have looked pretty steady in terms of what they've been able to do to keep themselves in the lead pack. The balance has been there. The package has been there for what they have set up across the board, it seems, this weekend.
I think there's a lot of drivers you can make that case for, though, looking at how early we are or how early we are not, as we're already down to the end of lap number 10 now, so 12 laps to go, and still a number of different brands, a number of different teams, and a number of different drivers are all in the frame when you look at the lead of the race. Tristan Murphy, Nico Kwiatkowski, Lourenco Varela, Ashton Moon, Travis Pettit, all 5 from 5 different powerhouse operations, and Varela and Kwiatkowski are duking it out for second. Neither one willing to give an inch, and now Varela has to give way, and Ashton Moon picks his pocket there in the chicane. That was a slick move, heads up driving by the 895 to see the way things were going. There was going to be an opportunity to get one spot further up the train. And here comes another one to make it 6. Valentino has arrived on the Holtz DD Tony Kart. That green and white machine now makes it 6 deep up front as Golseth and Berghofer trying to close the gap.
Close up a few more tenths. They are within the draft. Keep in mind, Fernandez also doing the same thing on behind as well. Also, by the way, we talked about Johnson making some inroads. He lost spots to Wagner, who, remember, had some rough moments in his sake. But the leaders are fighting again. Up for second. Woon jumps through. Varela again amongst those who follow suit. They continue to trade back and forth past the halfway point. No one really staying stable for their spot yet.
Oh, big fan out down into 8. Side by side, Ashton Woon to the lead. Varela still unable to get any spots more than that as he lets Murphy get back in line. But as they did that, that one exchange now has connected 7th and 8th. Berghofer and Golseth have arrived. Fernandez is still close enough. One more move will bring him into the mix if that's even needed. 12 laps completed now as they cross the line. 10 to go here, working to turn number 3.
Yeah, right now, everybody continuing to march forward as they plan. Varela again on the inside. Pettit follows suit. Change second and third yet again. A bit more squabbling for about 6th position as we go. But it almost is like, to the point that a couple drivers made over the course of the weekend. Orioli in particular made a great point. As you see Pettit jump up to 3rd position here, it's all about track positioning, right? To make sure you're in the right spot for the win. And we're seeing some of these drivers in a battle just to solidify a spot, let alone gain a spot. Right now, we're seeing the 818 in particular really making good strides on those dives. Sentient has gone forward. Yet again, the pressure's on. Kwiatkowski rips the spot right back.
And he brought company with him. Golseth able to get past. Berghofer still lurking back there, the top qualifier, or front row qualifier back in the 8th position. Fernandez still there. And an update as well on our hard charger. He's now the next one just beyond our leading group of 9. Braden Wagner on the Rollison Performance Group Cosmic has gone all the way up to 10th, 13 spots gained. A quick shout out for him here at the midway point of this main. While he's not up here with his teammate Travis Pettit, trying to fight for the race win. A valiant effort there from 23rd or 24th on the leaderboard to get to the top 10.
Impressive so far. Remember, had his issues when it comes to incidents in with mechanical flag, particularly with the races yesterday. Now, biggest mover by far. Will still have to battle it out though, because Orioli again is hungry for at least a top 10 here. Brock Johnson with him. And again, the tough thing is when you come from that far behind, you have to be so perfect in your decision making, and better yet, in terms of being able to close up gaps. It's going to be a hard task with already down to about 7-8 laps to go, and closely turning on down for a lot of those drivers far back outside the top 9 to catch.
Yeah, that 6-second margin has held because they have equally been fighting amongst themselves every time the leaders have. So there's been action all around the circuit. That's what's impeded the progress of that margin coming down. And now they've lined back up again. It seems like the seas have calmed up front, if you will. Ashton Woon, Lourenco Varela. I say that, and they're going to trade the lead, but that was a one-spot change and probably the easiest corner to do it because of the banking in turn 4. Even going a bit deep into the turn, you don't lose as much time as you would anywhere else on the track. So having that slingshot move is probably going to net out to still a neutral position compared to the drivers behind lined up single file. So I don't even know if that hurt them. And that's, again, not the best of news for 5th to 8th because they've officially lost touch, right? They're a full second away. Nathan Golseth, Nico Kwiatkowski, Valentino Santi, and Callan Berghofer. All 4 of these drivers right there need the top 4 to really begin to slice and dice. Moves like that at the end of the backstretch won't be enough, and you can see it on the times. Varela still able to maintain a good gap back to Golseth at 1.5 seconds. This might start to get it a little closer, but even still, it was only one driver going to the back. It's like playing leapfrog here as we now have Ashton Woon back up front.
And again, it's almost to where do you jump on this lily pad? Do you jump on that one? It's almost like that new arcade game that comes out that just so happens to do the exact same thing. Ain't similar to Frogger, but now with chickens. You have to be able to press the button at the right time, because if you press the wrong time, you end up getting ran over by a car. Now, you don't have that happen, of course, on a kart track today, but what I'm saying is it's all about the choice, right? On when you go, when not to go, in terms of balancing that out to make sure you get the right pace down. You see that now, in particular with the battle again with Murphy up to 2nd. And going for the lead.
Now that move right there was a little bit late. That wasn't so much momentum going. That was a straight up send on the brake zone. Heads up play by Tristan Murphy. It certainly caught Ashton Woon off guard, as you did me there. I don't even know what game you're mentioning, Justin. You're much more in tune than I am, evidently. But Tristan Murphy, he probably knows it, as do the rest of the kids. And right now they're putting it, unfortunately, less on display than what that great analogy, honestly, would have done, because they were just trading one spot painlessly down at turn 4. This lap, it kind of spooked them all a little bit. Woon most notably, but Pettit wasn't connected to Murphy in the run-up to 11 or down the front stretch. And now Nathan Golseth has closed the gap to within the draft window, and even less than that. 3/10 away. We're about to be 8 deep again. It's going to be the Hurricane up front. Travis Pettit to the lead, and now they're side by side. 3 wide. Golseth with nowhere to go. He'll tuck in. He and Varela have to climb the curbing, inside and outside, and that just broke everything apart right as they got all lined up again. Kwiatkowski now to the inside of Varela. Not there in turn number 8, but Varela will go wide, and he'll still lose some time because of it. And that has now split them up to 3 and 5. They were 4 and 4, 8 karts in a line for all of about a second. And now, 3 to go. Travis Pettit leading the way with a 2-car length gap to boot. Probably the biggest one so far this race.
The question is that almost too big with the way things are shaping up? Because again, every time someone's gotten a little bit of a cushion, the drafts reeled everyone back in within a couple laps. That's been the trend with the package on multiple circuits. There's that gap already gone, for example. Woon and Murphy staying up, but the question will be, now for Varela, for Katowski, is there going to be a chance with less than 2 laps to go coming up here, or coming up to 2 to go, I should say? Can they get there? Some battling side by side. Murphy on the outside. There goes Woon holding on, and there's the gap they needed to close up because of that one side by side for the lead.
It still needs probably one more side-by-side moment or a bit of blocking, and right here we're going to get it because the double sticks are coming out. 2 laps to go. Pettit takes the train all the way to the white line. Ashton Woon, goodness, he was about to be dirt tracking it into turn number 1. Hangs onto it, but now he's going to lose second. Huge run for Nico Katowski. Woon shuffled to the wayside in the runoff, and Katowski gets to second. Varela third, Murphy fourth. Valentino Santillan and Kellen Berghofer now well up the leaderboard, and Benja Fernandez is there. Make it 9 deep in the lead group in K8 Junior. Pettit in command down to turn 8.
Yet again, trying to block things off, does as, oh my goodness, Santillan trying to send it deep, did, able to get up to 4, but just broke up the packs into 2 again. That might have been an aggressive move, but will it cost him a chance at the podium? But the top 3, watch for the defense. Already they've been using all the way to the bottom of the 1 with the white flag out. Pettit to the inside yet again.
Porter's got a lot of guts there, standing on the track to wave the flags. Travis Pettit was basically driving around him, using the flagman almost like a pick before he could get down to the inside. Now he's got to go all the way and kiss the grass into 4. He's going to have dirt all over those tires on the number 829. It'll leave him vulnerable in the final sector. Let's see what happens. Through 5, through 6, final time for Travis Pettit out front.
Will he go for the defense yet again? Of course he will. Now here comes Katowski over the rear end. They all swerve to the inside. Contact for third. Right now, Pettit looking comfortable. 1 going, dirt tracking in the background.
Ashton Woon up and into the runoff area. Murphy around the outside up to 4th. Final run up the hill. Travis Pettit going to the inside. Katowski to the high side. Murphy with an over-under for second, but it's Travis Pettit winning the day in K8 Junior.
Pettit doing it again, continuing what's been a stellar year for him so far amongst this age bracket, and now able to celebrate. It took a lot of difficulty though, because there's so much pressure from behind. I think it really was with turn 8 in particular, when no one was able to take away his momentum or get alongside, that set him up to win by near 0.2 of a second today.
It's like I always say, in a pack with more than 2, the only safe spot is the lead, and for second, third, fourth on back, they were all forced to play 50-50, protect and attack, and right there, you saw it in full display, having to follow Travis and defend down on the inside. They couldn't set him up for an over-under because they were worried about getting passed from behind, and it ends up with Travis Pettit getting another checkered flag here in 2026. Winning out here in K8 Junior over Nico Katowski, Tristan Murphy, Lorenzo Varela, and Valentino Santillan, your podium. There you see it. That was a battle. Travis Pettit's fired up. And indeed, there's more racing like that to come. He'll have another shot in X30 Junior here in a few moments' time. But K Seniors on the other side of this break. We'll be right back with more coverage here from the U.S. Pro Kart Series Carolina Grand Prix after this.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
Are you ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today. KA 100 Senior onto the racetrack presented by Brandon Jarstrack Racing. Let's take you through how the 44 karts will do battle. Paulie Massimino and Aiden Levy, first time this weekend they get to be on track and verse each other. They'll start on both sides of the front row. Caden McQueen and Shane Reddy on row 2. Connor Ferris and James Overbeck on row 3.
Row 4, Brandon Lemke and Daniel Perez will look to charge ahead with Forrest Adams amongst the top 10. Alan Isambard down 11th. Ada Lorenko down in 12th. Cash Perkins, Edward Rodriguez in 14th.
Eli Warren and Matt Landers, row 8. AJ Myers, Mateo Pappas, Braden Zerves, and Max Christia back on row number 10. Top of your first half of the field. Mick Gabriel and Meyer Lewis on row 11. Anthony Rivera, Mateo Rubio Luengo back on row number 12. Derek Wargo and Colin Lloyd on row 13.
Ben Montien down in row 14 with Orzel down alongside. Chris Harrell in. Joseph Hewitt amongst the top 30 of the karts. Garzone will have to make a lot of spots up. There's a lot of karts, and they're all lining up at the tram lines.
So here we go. Ready for action. Brandon Jarstrack Racing. Brandon Jarstrack Racing, KA Senior, 44 deep, and they are all out of formation. Wow, we're underway here from Trackhouse. And there it is, on cue. Had to expect that one with how many drivers were trying to game the start. Massimino to the early lead over Levy and company as they fan abreast. They are 2 and 3 wide to turn 4.
You see right now the top 2 in particular staying near bumper to bumper to start things off as they try and build momentum. It's going to get interesting in particular, I think, just how these drivers will battle it out with what we've seen with the juniors. I'm expecting similar trends with the seniors, some side by side. You're kicking things off around Perez and company, but everyone else trying to figure out, can they keep in the lead draft, especially knowing how good Massimino and co have been this weekend.
First lap coming to a close here as they round the final turn and head down the front straightaway. Massimino and Levy to McQueen. Contact at the front here. No further action applied on the race start. All good once the green lights went out as the top 3 get a huge jump back to 4th. Connor Ferris with a gap and a lot of pressure from Danny Perez in the 982 and James Overbeck. And beyond them, it looked like Shane Reddy was getting fed to the wolves in the bowl. This is all giving a huge breakaway to your front 6. Reddy, Lemke, Forrest Adams all there as Massimino begins to protect a bit up front. Change for 4th and a whole lot going on beyond that. Perez into the top 5, one spot further.
Bit of a squeeze off for Ferris as one driver goes off the racetrack.
Myers, AJ Myers sent into the runoff in turn 8. No love for the highly decorated pro shifter and KA Senior champion.
Yeah, he has had the luck here today, has had luck parts of this weekend. A little bit of battling still with Reddy and company looking to set things up for 3 and 4 onward. But I was about to say, noticing one thing as we go, the track picked up a fair bit of marbles and dirt over the course of these sessions so far, and that's causing a lot of drivers with that outside line to pick up dirt on those right side tires in particular in through 6, 7, and 8 is where a lot of that buildup is. You see that starting to really pop up parts of the track.
Oh, that's a low send there for Shane Reddy on Ferris. Gaffera with him, all trying to get past him. 2 and 3 wide. Cash Perkins getting popped in the right rear. That was someone looking to go down the inside of him into the double right-hander. He loses a number of spots. Alan Isambard in the thick of things here, along with Brandon Lemke as they drag race down the front stretch. Look at the pack, 3 wide, way back. So much action going on.
Yet again, more dives, yet again, more sends as that's broken and splintered up the main pack significantly here. Lemke amongst those, already losing a bit of ground, already in a group. Overbeck has the fast slap. Then you go to the back of the field, and it's 3 wide with Karts on the curbing. So there's almost a sense of controlled chaos, absolute chaos, chaos incarnate, you could say, depending on how far back you are in the field.
It's a byproduct of having 44 go-karts on the racetrack and no further sessions to apply for on the race weekend. While a number of drivers might be thinking overall championship, if you're in the midfield scrum and you're only looking at this one race here, this is the last chance. Bring it home in any shape or form. Up front, though, Paulie Massimino, Aiden Levy playing this one as calm as you'd expect from the two drivers who have mastered the field through Saturday, and equally taking probably a lot of notes on each other of where their strengths and weaknesses are. And we talk about the driver behind being able to learn a little more than the driver in front. Well, even still, a driver with the experience of Massimino will know and be able to listen or feel whenever Levy gets up and gives him a shove or is a little bit closer to him or further away without even having to turn his head around. He'll be able to gauge where his strengths are. Levy obviously has got a front row seat to see how he could set himself up for a run to the checkers and a hometown win.
And it could go either way in particular, because remember, Massimino has the experience, yes, but remember, Levy back around 2023 was absolutely dominant, especially here in races like Grands and so forth. But remember, focused on school, finishing up his degree when it comes to sports management and a minor in entrepreneurship. Now getting the chance to go racing once again, looking to try and put that degree to use in the sports world, but also hit the racetrack in the motorsports world. Levy has looked phenomenal in his return back to action here this weekend.
It's like he never missed a beat. He's just jumped right in and been right up with them all. Danny Perez now with Caden McQueen. They both have been tracking down the leaders equally. James Overbeck is riding with them. We've got 5 together in the front group. Caleb Gaffera is about a straightaway back with the second group, trying to lead them forward. It looked like that time by the loop he might not have popped, and there he goes. So Gaffera, Reddy, Lemke, Isambard, Ferris, new leader. First change of the day. Aiden Levy decides it's go time. He goes past Massimino in the bowl.
Wants to see how the kart feels up at the front of the field. Going to have the dirtier track in front per se, but now that's bunched everyone else up. Massimino saying, nice try. I'm going to take it right back right now. Thank you very much, though, for keeping the spot warm. Now, Massimino yet again controlling things. It's been that poisonous we've seen every day and discussed during the pre-race show. Every race, he's stayed in control, even when battles like this go back and forth. He's been a good spot. Now he's shuffled back to possibly fourth with a teammate alongside.
And to play the counter here as Overbeck cuts him a breakdown in turn number 1. If you're Aiden Levy and you go to the lead after pushing someone for the first 7 laps of the race, I would want to instantly send the message across that you're not just going to be able to push me over. You're not going to be able to just send it back on me and have me push you for another 7 laps. You got to set the tone early in the race here. Now, he still needs to prove it. He can't go out and miss a corner or blow a turn. But realizing that the pack was bearing down, it was the right time to try and feed Paulie to the wolves. However, Perez slipping by with him has now allowed Danny to go to the lead for the first time in the main event. In fact, it's the first time all weekend the 982 has taken the top spot. Daniel Perez to the front, and Paulie Massimino and Levy are now duking it out for second.
Looks like Massimino able to solidify it for turn 1, but Perez, one of the smart team outfits when it comes to his team. But every time I've seen that name, whether it's following along with the Winter Series or whether it's with Tucson or today, he's been quick and he's gotten a lot of speed out of that orange and green kart. He seems very dialed in and is comfortable here today. Team coming away from Georgia but we'll have to battle it out with Massimino again. Levy as well. Overbeck says, here's a tire, enjoy the grass.
Now Perez back to the inside of Overbeck, shovels him to the wayside. Caden McQueen has been very quiet here since joining this lead pack from third. He hasn't made any moves really at all. Little pop of the curb there as he tries to give James plenty of space, but he's been staying very patient. He's not been having any kind of aggressive sends on the brakes, and that is going to be keeping his front tires just a little bit cooler than everybody else, which if he's able to maintain that level to the end of the race, he'll have an advantage. Now, here he is going by Perez on cue. That's still a very easy corner to make the move stick, and he saw that, of course, Danny and James had been going at it, so they probably were going to be a little bit out of shape the next couple of turns. Smart play there to ride the momentum back up and into third, but he is not rocking the boat by any means, just taking his time, as we're only going to get to the halfway mark next lap by. It'll be 10 complete this time. 12 laps still remaining in Brandon Jarchakrak Racing KA Senior. Caleb Gaffera, his second group, they have calmed themselves down just enough to begin making some serious strides towards the leaders. This lap, it is down to less than 3 seconds, nearly less than 2.5 seconds back to the 904, trying to charge up the pack. The last time we saw him in action, he won under the lights at the Miami Grand National Championship, the All-Star Shootout for the X30 Pro class, back at the end of last summer. Now with the All-Star event moved up here to just 3 weeks away, this will be a heck of a tune-up for him in the Hodes TD camp, along with potentially having to loop Caleb in for the full USPKSKA season if he could pull off the win. He is charging towards them, 2.8 seconds right now, the delta from himself to his good buddy, longtime racing friend and current leader, Paulie Massimino.
Yeah, and right now, one of the major things was going to mention, though, in this with McQueen is, first of all, if we had the pick him for this class, would have been my pick because he had also been in the similar ballpark long run to Massimino. But the big thing I'm noticing when looking at the averages, you see the leaders fighting side by side. Hold that thought for a moment. Massimino holds on to it. Put the pin back in for a second because McQueen, fast lap, McQueen also better average than the race leader for the whole race. McQueen in particular, I think is set up perfectly now that the tires are absolutely in the temp. This is where you'll really see the pace solidify, and I think that Velocity Racing Sodi will now start to be strong to battle for the race lead at the right time here late.
He's also not showed his hand, right, as Levy goes to the point now. No one's really had much time behind the 942 to see where McQueen's speed lies. Now with Massimino, another answer right back for Aiden Levy, determined not to work with him at the moment, and no surprise there. Aiden's going to keep that same energy right back at him in 4, but he won't be able to send it deep enough. He stays back in line, and Overbeck is able to slip on by up to third. It puts Levy in a BJR sandwich. At the event they went 1-2 at last year, James Overbeck now trying to repeat that feat. He's going to get a run up to maybe second here as Levy goes back to the lead again, but he was not able to follow. And now McQueen, Massimino with a late send into 9. Caden couldn't quite get the inside fully on James. They're still going to drag race up the hill. Over to 10. Perez following, and Overbeck has to give way here. Back to 5th he goes.
And at this point, just has to reset. We'll say, though, the more they fight, the more that the drivers behind are going to be cheering, like Lemke, like Rivera, like Reddy, because they're almost back in the draft after losing as much as 3 seconds to the race lead. They've closed the gap pretty significantly. They're under 2 seconds now, so 1 or 2 more swaps, they're there, and better yet, the top 2 are now working together again like before, especially Perez and company battling. That's going to build their gap now that you see Overbeck move back to 4th, McQueen to 5th.
And look at this, Caleb Gaffera with that is probably going to get the draft off the back of Caden McQueen now. But again, that group, that 3-pack, have certainly lost quite a bit of ground to the leaders, and in fact it's a full second to the bumper of Aiden Levy. So as Caleb Gaffera gets ever closer, a full second closer than he was just about 3 laps ago, 1.8 seconds back from the lead. The lead pack has somewhat split in half, and Levy and Massimino, the 2 drivers who dominated Saturday, have a chance to make this a mano-a-mano fight in the end, because there is still ample time left in this main event.
Yes, and you're talking about the thought process here coming around, what's going to be coming up to 6 to go in the next moments or so. It's going to be really intriguing to me where if we see a bit of a charge back for Perez and company, or will it be single-handedly just the top two staying in sync, because we know Massimino and Levy seem to both know what the picture needs to be for them to hold on. They're 1 second up for a reason. But you close up another couple tenths, there is the strong argument for the rest of those leaders to close on up. Farah, though, might be ready to disrupt. He's broken away from the others. He's got the full whiff of McQueen's draft.
Yeah, I think Caleb Gaffera at this point in the race might be the third best go-kart, because last time by, it was a perfect read at where the speed lied between first and third, and now you're seeing the answer as to why, or who was better. James Overbeck tried for that last lap to push Daniel Perez around, and they lost a full tenth of a second. Now, Overbeck making the pass is going to cost him about 2 tenths, but if he is faster as the lead car and Perez can push him nicely, although that time he kind of got in the back of him in the brake zone, but if he can push him well, they could still get there. But I don't think Caden McQueen has faith in him, and he's trying to go past him. Can't quite get it done up the hill to 3. That'll give Overbeck some space. Perez trying to hang on. Now he's angered the bees behind him. And McQueen has no choice here at the next chance to send it on Daniel, because look at this. Gaffera is there, and so is the rest of the group that he was leading earlier. Isambard, Lemke, Reddy, Ferris. If he doesn't go here, he's going to get past. Into 8. He knows it. He's going. Perez to the Wolves. Down 1, down 2. Can he hang on over Isambard? He can. And that will push him back a little bit. And Caden McQueen, the patience displayed in the early segments of this race, Justin, he's paying a bit of a price for. Look how far up the road Aiden Levy and Paulie Massimino are now with 5 to go.
High five from the flagmen as they make their way up through Sector 1 again. McQueen has lost a ton of ground. Same for Overbeck with all of that fighting. They lost in our 3/4 tenths. You see the gap in the line, 1.455 seconds. That is going to require a lot of fighting for the race leaders just to be able to get back up there, to say the very least. Because if they stay the way they are for even 2 more laps, let alone a lap, you can argue that Massimino and Levy are going to be very hard, impossible to get to here.
You would think, but here's what I would counter to that.
Yeah.
Even though those two could wait until the last 3 corners, I don't think they're going to want to. Paulie Massimino, if he takes a look back at the right point, he'll see James Overbeck's leading the next group. He knows that his best odds are going to be to get another driver behind Aiden Levy, where Aiden can't go wide and leave himself open to getting passed for second. Right now, Aiden can go wherever he wants to if Paulie starts to block. But if Overbeck, or in this case, Caden McQueen, who now gets the way by James, who's trying to fight with Gaffera, tooth and nail to hold 4th, he will. If this group gets there, Levy then has to focus on protecting second just as much as he is attacking Paulie, so he's not able to be as aggressive on it. And I'll add on to it with one more. These two have raced each other many years now here at Trackhouse Motorplex. They know the textbook passes, the textbook crossovers, defensive maneuvers on the final couple of corners. So I don't know if I'm Paulie Massimino or Aiden Levy that I want to wait that long, because I know the other guy knows exactly how to counter whatever I've got. Paulie to counter whatever aggressive move Levy wants to take, and Levy knowing how to counter the basic defending that we've seen over and over again in turns 8 and 9. So I would not be surprised. Still with 2.5 to go, we're not seeing them defend yet. But if they realize, or in the case of Paulie, since he's really in control right here as the leader, that he could potentially back Aiden up into this group, that he might start doing it sooner.
It is near 2 seconds, though. That's the main thing, though, right now. That's a lot of backup in 2 laps, wouldn't it be?
It is. That would be a lot. As I was explaining that, they have stayed calm, and the pack behind traded position, so it's gotten worse. At 1.5 seconds or 1.25 seconds, it wouldn't be that big. Now, speaking of big moves, the driver we just showed you there, as we head to 2 laps to go, is up 16 spots. Big time gains for Enzo Vidmontien. He's not even the hardest charger, though. That's Christopher McKeithen from the B main all the way up to the halfway through the pack here in the A main. 18 spots and counting for the 995. But 2 to go here in the lead groups. Alan Isambard and Overbeck now 6th, 7th, Shane Reddy 8th, Ferris 9th, Lemke 10th. Out of the entire top 10, there were only 2 drivers that had never won. And one of them, I believe maybe both of them, had never stood on a national podium before. Reddy and Perez. And with the battling starting now, they might get a chance to get all the way to the win. Levy and Massimino are going at it here, coming to the white flag, and that is evaporating the gap to McQueen. Here they come. Caden McQueen, Caleb Gaffera, Danny Perez. 1 lap to go. Levy with a nose down low on the front straightaway.
Still side-by-side contact. Levy stays to the inside, and just like that, the gap is eviscerated. Massimino does indeed back him up 2 seconds and a lap to hold up the pack. Now it's all defense. McQueen going to the outside, trying to pass them all. Doesn't get it to stick.
He hit the marbles right at the beginning of the corner, and he lost some time there. Incident under review. That's probably for the contact on the front straightaway. Everyone is there. All the way up against the wall is Gaffera in turn 6. Levy checks back to McQueen. He's able to leave the door open. Shane Reddy into the side of Perez, and around he goes. Meanwhile, up front, McQueen to second. Final time through turn 9. Caden McQueen has waited this entire race to get to the lead. 1 corner to do it. Massimino low, McQueen, crossover. They'll drag race to the line. Paulie Massimino wins again at Trackhouse. And in the wall in the final turn, Alan Isambard slams the Scribner barriers and watches a top 10 finish go to the wayside. Paulie Massimino reigns supreme at Paulie's house once again in KA Senior. Caden McQueen second, Aiden Levy third, Brandon Lemke will stand on the podium in 4th, and Daniel Perez, first career U.S. Pro Kart Series podium for the DPC Motorsports Group in KA Senior, and for Daniel himself with a top 5. We do have another look we'll be able to show you here in a moment of that final turn and what happened to Alan Isambard that sent him down the board. It ends up with a net gain of 18 spots for Enzo Vidmontien on the gas, and he would have been the hard charger if not for that man at the bottom of the leaderboard there. 20th is the unofficial final resting spot for Christopher McKeithen. 21 spots picked up for him from the B main to halfway up the board in the final. But Paulie Massimino reigning supreme in Brandon Jarsacrack Racing, LN Karts, and the BJR sponsored KA Senior.
Hard fought race, start to finish. Domino at a place we know.
Hold on, getting word right here. Caleb, hang tight. Paulie Massimino has just been handed a swerving penalty down the front straightaway, where the 2 lap coming to the white flag contact with Aiden Levy.
Yes, you just heard it.
I mean, I knew it came off the corner. I thought I was clear, so I started coming down, and then once I felt the contact at my rear bumper, then I kind of moved back out, and I was able to carry a lot of speed through turn 1 and still get around.
Just talk to me about that race. You know, you did win it on the racetrack. Just tell me how everything felt and crossing the line in first ultimately.
Yeah, it was a good race. Package was good. Aiden was really fast, and Caden and a few other guys really fast. It took a while before I started looking back, and then I realized it was just Aiden and I. So, yeah, we waited till 2 laps to go, and I guess coming out of the last corner, he got a nose under me, but I was not aware until the contact happened. So, obviously, we'll review it and probably go protest it because I'm not one to swerve. So, yeah, we'll see. But this BBS BJR package was on fire all weekend long. Every time we went out, we had speed. So I can't thank those guys enough. And, yeah, everybody that else that supports me.
Thank you, Paulie. We'll go catch up with Aiden Levy here in a couple of moments. Thank you, Paulie.
Thank you.
So there you have it, unofficially first across the line, but you saw the commands from race control. That's directly from the box with video review. Here's a look at the replay of what the penalty was for. And again, coming down the front stretch, Massimino said he wasn't sure that Levy, or didn't know Levy was there, and you don't see him necessarily look at him and turn at him, but contact obviously, and Aiden's in the grass trying to give space as Paulie's coming down thinking, and he even looked to his left. He probably thought Aiden was still up the hill, but contact made. as we'll slow it down here to take one more look for you. You can kind of see down the front stretch here, he did have a good bit of position. So Aiden Levy would then get promoted to second. Let's go back down to Caleb.
Yeah, so provisionally here, Caden McQueen does have a full pushback bumper deployed. So if all said and done, provisionally you are sitting second here at the moment. You would be promoted, and then McQueen has a pushback bumper that would promote you to the win here. Just talk to you about that race, and first of all, talk about the incident there with Paul. Give me a second. We'll wait for Karts to fire off here so we can get a good read here on Aiden. Here, Aiden, we'll try it again. Just talk to you about the incident there with Paulie on the front stretch.
Yeah, I mean, I was just pushing him the whole race, and I don't know if he saw me or not, but I was obviously alongside of him, and he just kept driving me down, and it just wasn't really clean. So unfortunate, but that's racing. I expect a little bit better. So I mean, I was pushing him the whole race, and you think he'd be a little cleaner. So not fair.
And then looking forward, if everything kind of goes the way it's supposed to with McQueen's full pushback and then the penalty to Paulie, that would promote you to the win. Would you deem this as a successful return to the K100 senior class?
Yeah, 100%. I'm super happy to be here. Just as I said, we're just warming up, testing some things for Grands. But I mean, I'm pumped just to be up here. I was not expecting to be this good, so I'm very happy for being out of the seat. I just want to thank Martin Pierce, Damon, my mechanic, Mark Zartarian with Revolution. So yeah, and we'll be back here in 3 weeks, so very excited.
Thank you, and see you soon.
Thank you.
We'll take a quick break. More action returns on the other side from track. We'll take a quick break after this main event. My mistake. The mini Swifts are ready to go. They were ready before I was because they're already formed up out of the last turn. Mason Brody in the 130 on the in the 109 on the inside, and it is Jaden Francisco, pretty in pink off the great run in yesterday's superheat, to finally put him at the forefront early. We're ready for 20 laps of mini Swift action, and we're green down to 1.
Hornet's nest in the back of the field, but the front itself starting off pretty solid. The top four staying single file, and like we've seen in micro, top few have been able to well and truly command things over the course of this weekend. Some of the various carts looking at battle 3 wide behind, though, in the battle inside the top 10.
2 by 2 as they quickly try to file down to single file. Mason Brody in the lead as they crest the hill here to put 1 lap in the books.
Start for the field as Brody and company look to play things out. The Franciscos solid wherever we've seen their family members pop up over the course this weekend. Bit of blocking down to the 20s, down to the inside line, but outside of that, right now, Aguilar trying to find a way to chip away this gap quickly because Stoffel, Francisco, Brody, all teammates. In fact, you have teammates 5 of the top 6 spots. Right now, Aguilar, the one outlier that needs to figure out what he can do without anyone to drop with. Already, Slade Harrell is going for the spot on him.
So Slade Harrell now into 4th off that move as we settle back in for another main event. There was a little contact coming towards us there, it looked like. Camila Canache and Austin Taylor, Dominic Nagel in there. All the while, the RPM teammates are duking it out up front. Jaden Francisco to the lead for the first time. And Brody Stoffel lines up, looking to push either one of them. He was thinking about going to second. There wasn't quite the speed there to get there.
Yeah, and remember, these youngsters have 20 laps to play around with. Again, we know that allows them some time to think, what are they going to do in their respective packs here? And we've seen RPM in particular control things for these youngsters on the track. Some of the drivers in the back of the field getting pushed wide, but others, quite simply, are just trying to think, where's the game plan? Well, the game plan for Dutch Westbrook in one of the Bennex is going to be simple. Continue where you left off on your biggest mover attempts all throughout the course of the weekend. Have a chance to battle and pass all these cards single-handedly or near single-handedly, depending on if Alvarez finds you.
And with this lap at an end, we can take a look equally with Alvarez netting up a couple that he, oh no, two together. Austin Taylor rim riding on the left rear tire of Camilo Canache. He had tagged the wall. He'll get undone and keep going. A free ride tow down the front stretch. Different kind of tow.
We had already one tow truck situation where part of the car became a part of a tow truck. In that case, Canache saying, get off me at the very end of the straightaway. At the very least, they're both able to keep going.
There's an old saying, 2 karts are faster than 1 or 8 tires are faster than 4, but I wouldn't say that 5.5 or 6 are faster than 4, as they lost a ton of spots in that. They crossed the line about 5 back, and they lost about another 5 down in the run from the finish to turn 1. We'll see where they rinse out now as Francisco puts lap 4 in the books. And you can see the indent in the wall there from where Taylor tagged the barriers too. So I wonder if he suffered any damage from ending up on the outside in the final turn as they populate on the board. Slade Harrell, fast lap of the race, and the update there on the likes of Austin Taylor and Camilo Canache. They are all the way down in the early 20s, and they were up in the top 10 comfortably.
Yeah, and that's all because they were slowed up trying to get themselves de-wedged by the time they got settled back in. Just have to get back on the gas and figure out what they can do from there. Meanwhile, see some of the battling with Stoffel moving back up. Get back to a team 1, 2, 3, 4. All well, Francisco is the one playing things pretty well. We talked about this a little bit. Of course, most series this season, or most of the classes, have had either a difficult time for the defending champion or haven't seen them fight for the championship for defense. Jaden Francisco is one of the few that has the chance to defend a title here today here in US PKS.
He does. He's one of the handful that has plenty of years left in his age group amongst the kids' classes, because he moved up to the Mini Swift class when he had barely turned 8 years old. He's still on the younger age of the bracket. He spent a lot of time and already having some success abroad as well. A globetrotter before the age of 10 years old and a winner on multiple continents is Jaden Francisco. He now leads the way over, of course, his teammates in Mason Brody and Slade Harrell. Both of whom have won on the national stage, but Slade Harrell is looking for that first win in his rookie year in Mini. Last year, he was a dominant force in Micro Swift, unbeatable at times, being able to break away from a pack and just log laps out in front on raw of speed. And now he has taken that and jumped like a fish to water to the next age group up. And here he is going up to second as he follows suit with Mason changing hands for the lead. Francisco back down to third, but keep an eye out on one of the bigger movers so far. Dutch Westbrook had to start in the final 2 rows of every heat race. He catapulted himself then to start in the middle in the super heat. And off of 3 incredible drives, passing more than 60 drivers over 3 sessions in just 35 laps yesterday, he's already up another 8 spots into 6th. In fact, mark him into the top 5 now, as that is Vincente Aguilar behind him. So he's got another one this lap alone, 9 spots and counting. Dutch Westbrook continuing to just chip away as he goes through this full house Mini Swift field. 4 more spots remain between him and the top step of the podium on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, and a new fast lap set last time by, 52.9. He's the only driver to do the 52-second bracket in this field, by the way. Take a look at Howard. It's been a bit of a surprise from Howard, because usually we've seen him towards the front in the majority of the races this weekend here in Mini.
And to be fair, he's only down 1 spot from his original starting position, but the bigger issue is, like you said, the gap. 5 seconds back for Hudson Howard and Iker Alvarez and company there, with George Zeminski behind him, 9th, 10th, and 11th. They've got a full 8 tenths to the likes of Liam Francisco, who has been on the move himself, and you can see the drivers by themselves using every inch of the extended runoff now in turn 11, trying to capitalize. There's the 149 machine, back with Alvarez here at the edge of the top 10, trying to charge to Francisco. They made a 10th up on Francisco, but they lost a couple of tenths to the race leaders, who were locked and loaded out front. And look at that, on RPM 1, 2, 3, and 4, although the 4th spot's going to come under fire here in a moment. Dutch Westbrook is ready to break up the lockout. Here he goes to the inside in turn 8. Change for 4th. That is now 10 spots up. Fast lap of the race. And it is 70-plus passes made on the racetrack over the last day and a half for Dutch Westbrook and counting.
Now a good pass and continuing the progression forward. He's done this in a lot of circumstances, in a lot of different events. He's been fast all throughout the past couple years, and all you can say with Westbrook is when it comes to at least this age grouping, going to be one of your contenders to keep an eye on in the next few years. But with still a long ways out to that, because we still have halfway through the race to go. And right now, Brody, Harrell, and Francisco are doing well with Westbrook, trying to find a way to keep up with at least a 53-1. That's what the leaders are doing. It's an estimated 5 laps until he gets there to the lead group.
And that's without any passes. So he's got more than enough time to get to the top 3. The final couple of passes, though, and standing on the top step of the box is going to be the hardest challenge he's encountered thus far here at opening weekend for the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Not because it's the top couple spots. That's a small part of why it's going to be a challenge. He is outnumbered 4-1 right now if Brody Stoffel rides shotgun with him on the road to the lead. Although Brody needs to find a little more speed to help him along because they lost a little bit last time by to the leaders. They were 2/10 slower. Now granted, again, they were disconnected. But if Brody Stoffel can at least get to his rear bumper and push him along, we'll get to see if they can keep the pace up and potentially have an advantage. Otherwise, they're going to need change up in the order multiple times over in the top 3 to get them down to about that 8 or 7/10 of a second margin that you need to start getting the benefit of the draft off the cars in front punching a hole in the air.
Really, we know this top 3. I don't know if we're going to see too much shuffling amongst them unless somebody decides to pop out, though, to allow that opportunity to pop. This time through, for Westbrook's case, he is still running in the 53 flats, but a 52.9 for everyone else.
Now further back, how about this kid that just flurried by there at the front of that group through turn number 1, and now on the door, no, not on the door, inside the top 10, Jake Manolio has climbed up 19 spots and counting. In the blue helmet there, just flurrying by. He's gotten past Hudson Howard in the white and blue JHDD machine at the front of about 4 of them, with Iker Alvarez and Liam Francisco in 11th behind. This is an incredible charge from Manolio. It puts another RPM-supported Nitro kart in the top 10. They have 6 of the top 10 spots on the leaderboard, which is an incredible stat line and a major statement here at their home base at Trackhouse Motorplex. And he is not done either, albeit the gap to the next car, his teammate in Dominic Nagel, is still pretty large. Dominic's by himself. Vincente Aguilar is also on his lonesome. Jake Manolio could keep this forward progress moving along and pick up a few more before it's all done, as now they go side by side behind him, and that'll make it all a matter of will for the 191. Iker Alvarez getting dropped back a few positions. He'll fall in line in the 144 Bennett, just about 4th in that pack and probably around 13th if I had to guess on the line. So it's Howard there in 10th in the white and blue, then Liam Francisco in the chrome machine, then the comp card entry of Jackson Darnell, George Zeminski, Francisco Puerta is there as well, and then you have Leonardo Tavares, the next car in 15th, about 2 seconds away. As we check back in with our leaders, I said it was going to have to come down to Brody Stoffel getting there to really close the margin, or a couple passes. We've had at least one. Jaden Francisco back to the lead. That has brought the gap down from 1.5 to 1.2. This will bring it down a little more. Slate Harrell to the point for the first time today.
Seeing a little bit of the thank you very much as well. Harrell recognizing that Francisco gave him a bit of space, knowing there was a chance for him to lead, get some clean air in front for now, see how things go with him. That will get Westbrook, I think, pretty close. Yes, you've seen last time by within a 1 second was the previous margin. So it's just a tiny whiff of that for Westbrook right now. It's going to take a little bit closer to really close up, but he does at the very least just have that small range of draft. This time through, here's the good measure as they come across the stripe. The gap is within about 9/10 at the moment for Westbrook.
Now, again, without Brody Stoffel pushing him, and second place in the case of Francisco pushing Slate Harrell, that gap will go back up. He didn't get down to less than 7 or 8 tenths of a second. He only got to 9, so it's going to open back up again here this lap if they don't change hands, the top spot. But the good news for Dutch, as weird as it sounds, there's not a lot of laps left, which means that the antsiness, the nerves of the front three will start to spike, and they'll begin to battle once again. And it won't take much at this point to get Dutch Westbrook and Brody Stoffel fully connected and make it a 5-car party here at the front of the field. 3/4 of the way through the main event now. 5 laps to go in Parolin USA Mini Swift.
5 laps to be able to sort out who's going to come on the top once the teammates. Some of the others just hooking up with others like Francisco, the Air Francisco. Liam making the move on Hudson Howard. Both the Franciscos have done well for third cases this weekend. That being said, though, Aguilar having some separation from Nagel doesn't have too much of help in his stake. We'll say a lot of these karts towards this mid-pack really starting to strain out compared to the front, which have stayed all in tune. A little bit wider for Harrell, able to still hold on in front. Does that check things up, though? Doesn't look like too much.
4 laps to go. This time by Harrell, Francisco, Brody still in lockstep. Westbrook and Stoffel still trying to hang on. Westbrook looked back. Brody Stoffel pointed forward. 2 drivers who have grown up racing against each other. Couple of Texans, 4th and 5th. Slate Harrell, hometown kid. Canadian Jaden Francisco and Mason Brody from all the way on the West Coast. Teammates here for the last good bit of their driving career with Ryan Perry Motorsport and Nitro Kart. With Slate Harrell, he hasn't been able to make the treks nearly as many as the 2 behind him have to the rest of the national season, especially the winter events this year. So he's kind of the variable of the 3 that they may not know all of his moves or how he wants to play. Does he want to be the leader on the white flag lap? Does he want to be second? Or would he want to be in the catbird seat in third? That part, compared to the likes of the experience of Francisco and Brody knowing how each other like to play it, they don't know. Jaden wanting to go to the lead now as we put 17 laps complete. 3 laps to go. Westbrook still hanging tough, just outside the range. And now Francisco's going to begin defense early. He'll pay for it. Both drivers able to slingshot around the outside. Talladega Night style with a slingshot engage move for Mason Brody and Slate Harrell.
Almost wonder if that cut down early on bogged him down too much there.
Could have broken the momentum a little bit, but it also cleared a path, too, for them not to have to turn the wheel at all and scrub any speed. And when you had 2 karts working together, that was the right analogy for 8 wheels faster than 4, or 8 tires better than 4.
Exactly, and now that's setting things up with 2 laps to go, with Westbrook now going to have the draft with a little bit too strong, maybe through 11, but now maybe has a shot if they start to have a bit of infighting to be able to take away some of these podium positions. Only a few laps to decide it.
Yeah, just 2 more. Mason Brody now, with a lap and a half to go, wants to take over. And that'll be the last bit that we needed to get Dutch Westbrook in drafting range, to get Brody Stoffel in drafting range. He's almost there. In fact, Brody actually lost a little bit the last 2 laps, but he'll still get there off this move. Brody defending. Francisco wide. And coming alongside is Harrell. Here's the opportunity for Dutch. Big move to the inside. Give him 3rd. Another spot up. That's 11. And the count continues for the passes on the weekend for Westbrook. Can he get 2 more right here? Big wide arc. Big run down the front stretch. A nose low on Francisco. Westbrook into 2nd as Brody defends. 1 to go.
Westbrook looking to try and set something up. Oh, wow, Brody plays defense. Run for Westbrook to the inside. Side by side for the lead. Westbrook forced to check up with the momentum. Still single file coming up through 4. 5 cars all under a blanket for the lead.
Final time into turn number 5. Mason Brody looking to hang on. It'd be a first win halfway across the country for him. From edge to edge of the racetrack as well. Brody Lowe, Westbrook crosses him up. He's got a run. Can he nose ahead to 9? He'll be on the outside. He's hanging tough. Contact! Brody hangs on to the lead. Oh, Jaden Francisco goes around. Westbrook still on the outside. He's got it. He's clear to the last turn. Dutch Westbrook does the unthinkable and wins in Mini Swift. Unbelievable. From the last few spots on the qualifying lineup of a full 44 kart grid, more than 75 passes over the last 2 days, Dutch Westbrook gets it done and wins at the end of it all in North Carolina and pulls the ultimate upset on the Ryan Berry Motorsport Nitro Kart crew, who will complete the podium in 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
What a weekend for Westbrook. Started on the back foot, charges his way to the field almost every single time, and now gets the win over Brody Harold, Stoffel, and Manalio. Great drive from Manalio, by the way, up in the top 5. Aguilar, Howard, Francisco, Liam specifically at 8. Nagel and Zeminski amongst that top 10. What a finish. What a drive to the pack for Westbrook.
Dutch Westbrook had such a heart-wrenching, gut-punching start to 2026. What a way to get your win here at Trackhouse Motorplex and to start the U.S. Pro Kart Series. Dutch Westbrook victorious in North Carolina.
Dutch Westbrook all weekend long, making moves after moves. It wasn't easy for you, Dutch, but in the end, you come away with the win. How does it feel?
Really good. I mean, I was in the back the whole time for the heats and super heats, so it feels amazing to be up here and win.
Who would you like to thank, Dutch?
I would thank my team, Nick especially, for giving signs to me, Dan, my family at home watching, and my dad.
There you go. Dutch Westbrook doing the unthinkable on Sunday.
Dutch Westbrook victorious in a packed house for Mini Swift. What a weekend. Up on the wheel, 75-plus passes, and he ends up on the last lap getting a couple more, the most important ones to stand on the top step of the box. The officials will take a moment to review the footage there. We'll take a moment to step aside. The other half of the full lineup of main events. We've got 4 down, 4 still to come here from the opening weekend of the 2026 U.S. Pro Kart Series season.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorsport Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, do you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Well,
course.
dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
but we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.
Cat food marketing. $9.99 a month.
Dude, Caleb, wake up. Dude, we're live in 5 minutes. Let's go. Come on. What are you doing?
Dude, I'm so sorry. Xander had me in a cat food marketing meeting till like 2 a.m. last night.
Come on, man.
Do you have anything I can drink?
Dude, I got the perfect thing for you. Perico. It's a healthy energy drink alternative.
Perico, non-GMO, gluten-free, kosher, magnesium, B12, B6,
Yeah, it's good.
B5, biotin, and 0 sugar? Pericazo! Try Perico, made with natural ingredients, organic caffeine, and supports your metabolism. Try the new official energy drink of Kart Chaser.
This is Henry. Henry feels sad. Henry feels sad because it's time for his next big race and his go-kart is in bits. Henry doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing is the United States' #1 shop for all of your karting equipment needs. Henry also doesn't know that Acceleration Kart Racing can deliver anything from tires to race suits and even wheels directly to your front door or to the racetrack itself quickly and efficiently, with tech support available 6 days a week. Poor Henry doesn't even know that Acceleration Kart Racing offers free shipping to mainland USA on selected product if you spend $200 or more. Do yourself a favor. Go to accelerationkarting.com and make sure that you are never left stuck on the pre-grid with Henry. Be smart and don't be like Henry.
Kart's heading in circuit for the Speed Concepts Racing X30 Junior as they get ready to zoom around the circuit. Just about all set to go. I'm Justin Prince. Caleb Fiasca now jumping into the broadcast booth as Caleb, we get set for what's going to be an interesting final for these drivers. We've seen pretty active battling we were talking about during the pre-show earlier for these drivers.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. An absolute pleasure to be here for the opening round of the United States Pro Kart Series. Look, this class has been one of the most competitive that we've seen. Tristan Murphy yesterday able to get the win at the end of the superheat. He starts alongside on row number 1 with Travis Pettit. An extra warm-up lap for these youngsters as well. Marco Samet, we talked about the home race for the Brandon Jarscrack Racing crew. He starts alongside Enzo Di Gennaro in his first full season in the junior ranks. And this is his best starting spot and in contention for the first time in his junior career here on Sunday.
Some of the drivers outside the top 10 of note you see with the tap through. Royce Vega has had some racy pace this weekend for RPG. Teo Calderon has also done pretty solid, but you throw into the rest of the top drivers here, it's going to be busy to figure out how these packs are going to square away to start.
Yeah, correct. Parker Ives looking for a little bit of luck here. Yesterday wasn't the didn't find the luck that maybe Parker would have wanted at his home track, pitting out of the garages here, just on the front side of the grid. He needs a little more. Nico Katowski's also looking to work his way up there. Nathan Golseth, we've talked about him a whole lot this year in 2026. SCUSA Winter Series champion to kick off the preseason. He's buried in this field. Bashi Jimenez was impressive yesterday. Royce Vega looking for a little bit. This class, not small, but it is mighty for sure. Everybody's taking the fight to Travis Pettit. It's not just SCR and RPG like we're used to seeing. There's a lot more in contention here. Into the tram lines, Justin. Murphy's on the inside. Travis Pettit getting ready to go green from the outside.
All set to go as they wait to see if they get the green. They take the slow roll down the front straightaway, arms raised. Kart's ready. Kart's off and away. We're underway for X30 Junior.
That's a great start out of Tristan Murphy, getting himself to the lead early. Pettit slots back to second to Samet. Then a Parker Ives, and already up front, Travis Pettit looking to take control. Turn number 4. Pettit and the Rawson Performance Group to the lead.
And we've seen all weekend long Pettit's ability to find his way to control the pack, but also fight in terms of some of the adversity. Parker Ives getting really defensive back there, trying to swerve down amongst those turn 8. Be careful there. But was about to say, we've seen a lot of competitors, especially when it comes to Pettit, really have to fight hard to make sure they're in position right at the point. Pettit, for the most part in this class, has been first or second almost every lap.
Yeah, Travis Pettit, like you mentioned, right, putting himself at the first or second, hasn't gone further back than that second spot, really. As we look down the order, Marco Samet looking to go for second. Samet on the inside, turn 4, he's got it. Marco Samet's clear. BJR now to second. Woon back and forth. We saw him making moves just a lap ago to get ahead of Parker Ives. He gets himself up to 4th, and Ives now back in 5th. Might fall under fire from Nico Katowski here in a couple of moments.
Yeah, we already seen the one attempt, right now staying steady, but right now we're already seeing Pettit in particular building a bit of a buffer here with the passes. This is something Tanner and I talked about in terms of decision making on when to make the pass, and that already might be a factor. What do you do if you're Samet, Murphy, and Wu already have to close up 8/10 alone in the X30?
Yeah, he's gaining a good chunk of time thus far. And you see it there, right? Everybody behind Travis Pettit, single file line, nose to tail, bumper to bumper. And that's what you got to do at this stage of the race if you want to catch up to Travis Pettit, the 729. That's been a driver everybody's chased so far this year in 2026. It seems like on Sunday or even on Saturday when we go to the SCUSA Pro Tour, he's always there, always in the mix, always at the front of this field, and he's always being chased down by everybody else. It's usually Ashton Woon, but we talked about the home scenarios for a lot of drivers. This track's so familiar to the national scene, everybody knowing how to go around Trackhouse Motorplex, the 11-corner complex that keeps us at the edge of our seats. Ashton Woon, local, here now to North Carolina after relocating, is back to where he's been almost all year long, chasing down that blue and pink RPG Cosmic. He's looking to charge forward on a Speed Concepts racing machine.
Still staying hard into second position, and keep in mind, people may wonder, what about the move? Why make the move to North Carolina? Well, it's a simple question and answer to that. This is where a lot, if you want to be into in terms of motorsports, you need to be if you want to be able to make the connections and be able to race with so many big tracks and teams, whether in karting, whether in a lot of different series are around North Carolina, especially Charlotte.
Well, you talk about this place again, right? This is a place where you see a lot of NASCAR drivers. This is a hotbed, a hub, if you will, for the NASCAR Cup Series. You see drivers like Joey Logano come in here on a random weekday as there's issues for one. There's, looks like smoke in the air. I'm not sure that's water blowing out of the radiator. It looked like Royce Vega. That's Braden Wagner off the racetrack in the 794. Who's off? Bashi Jimenez had an issue there as well. Something big happened inside of that top 10. But you saw smoke in the air. And it looked like two drivers off and into the barriers. So you gotta think contact was potentially what transpired there, Justin.
Yeah, I heard at least with that couple drivers off into the barriers, sending that smoke up in the first place, and that dirt really, I think you could argue in that circumstance. Haven't seen too many drivers go off the racetrack into three, though, for the most part. When it's side by side, they've stayed at least in the runoff area. First time I've seen an incident out there all weekend.
We're not strangers to seeing, incidents out there. It's not a common one. I would assure you it's probably not a fun one. Last year we saw a lot of them go through there in the rain. But again, dry here. You did see smoke out of the back of, it looked like maybe Royce Vega. We will, who knows? Vega's still running fine. He's up to 10th, up the spot. Barb's right behind him. He's down 2. But you look at the gaps up front, it's a second and a half for Woon. Murphy, as they look to close in on Travis Pettit, who again, he's talked a lot about 2026. Although it was a building year in 25, he was really just behind Alex Vanchev and the success that he was able to have the entire year in 2025. And now Pettit being that headliner, the leader, if you will, the Ralston Performance Group in the junior ranks. This year, he said, I've got my race wins. I've got them out of the way in 2025. This year, I want to win championships. And that's a big step to take as well for a young driver. You got to come out and you have to be perfect week in, week out, session after session, lap after lap. And you talk about the mentality you need to have for that as well. It has to be at an all-time high, and as well as maturity. Last night when I spoke to Travis Pettit, he was assessed a penalty at the end of heat race number 2 for an incident with Parker Ives, who sits 4th in line at the moment. And he comes in and he wasn't his happy self. He didn't have a smile on his face after going out there and winning the race, and he tells his dad, you know what, Dad, that was a mistake on me. Made a move, went a little too deep, got in the back of Parker. I don't like racing that way. And that says a lot about the kid that the 729 is and the way he's going about this track. So far, he's not getting away though here. 1.1, that gap has closed down immensely. 0.4 of a second for Ashton Woon and Tristan Murphy as they chase down the 29.
Slowly starting to chip away is the main thought process here. Woon, mind you, on the +5. See how he and Murphy continue to stay in sync. Mind you, the average has stayed within about 1/10 of itself since the tires have hit up to temp. This time through, Pettit stretched it back though, went up to the 48.3s. In fact, within 3/1000ths was Woon once timing circulated on through. So they're about equal to Pettit here. Is what did they do to try and find that little extra bit of edge now at this point to close up even more, or better yet, get to more towards thousands, get to tenths, get to somewhere in the draft?
Well, what they're doing right now is working, right? Right. What do they say? If it ain't broken, don't fix it. Exactly what you got to keep doing, right? Just keep pushing, keep chugging away at it. Keep trying to close down that gap. It's working right now. Look, last time around, you look at the lap times, a 48.3, that was a personal best for Ashton Woon. A 48.2 for Murphy. He was a 10th quicker than Pettit up front. We'll see this time by if they were able to close down even more. 1.1 last time around. And it's getting closer here. Fastest lap of the race, Ashton Woon, 48.203, a 10th better. So again, you see the trend here. Woon, Murphy really starting to come to life, as there's the issue we saw earlier. And that's the water hose just disconnected off of the engine. And I think that might be Royce Vega indeed, who's not running inside of the top 10 like he was earlier. DNF, and that water hose just coming off of the motor, and that's a scary situation. We saw it at the start of the year with Sean Butcher. That happened to him. That motor got to a really high temperature, and that when they get that high, they blow up in a sense. So that's exactly what happened there for Royce Vega. You saw the water kind of spewing out of the back of the motor, and again, difference from Sean Butcher over in Houston at the start of the year. That was towards the end of the race. This is very early still. We're just about not even at the halfway mark. That motor's not going to last the entirety of this race. Unfortunate there for Royce Vega. His day's ended early.
10 laps complete for those just tuning in. We're coming up to the midway point, complete this time by, right now, Travis Pettit in front, Ashton Woon, Tristan Murphy, Nico Katowski, Parker Ives are your top 5 as we go. Goal set up for the 6th, 7 is in 7th, Calderon in 8th, DeGenero and Barb are amongst your top 10 as we go. So, that being said, with all things in sync, really impressed with what we've seen in particular from the battles we've seen with Katowski and Ives. They've done a solid job on pace also, but they've been not necessarily working as in sync to Woon and Murphy. They've traded the spot a couple times over. And you see they're not connected bumper to bumper like they are just in front, and that's where a couple tenths difference is really coming to play.
Yeah, but to their benefit, a lot of time on the board, right? We still have just about 11 laps to go left in this race. This is a lot of time for Parker Ives to, what I would think this could be his first podium on the national scene in the junior ranks after moving up from Mini a couple of years ago. He was so competitive, has won here many times in the cadet classes. This would, I would imagine his best result to date this weekend as he currently sits 5th. That puts him on the podium, but you know, the spirit of Parker Ives, the spirit of that Ryan Perry Motorsports crew, and the spirit of Ives Racing is that Greg Ives. They're out here to win week in, week out, and himself and Nico Katowski, they're doing a good job to start to close in, maybe just a little bit here on Murphy and in Woon, but again, needing a little bit more and really gonna need Woon and Murphy to get up to Travis Pettit and start to fight. This gap closing in 0.8 of a second in between Woon and Travis Pettit, and you see it on your screen here. Just visibly closer, Justin, visibly. This one, you can start to feel the tension's gonna start to rise here a little bit.
Yeah, I'm thinking about, I'd say 7 or 8 laps. I think that's where the tension's gonna be really thick. It depends on how much Woon and Co really chip away, as once again, this time by, stayed about equal on just under 9/10 of a second this time. Now it updates to 7/10 to be precise after everything updates between the two of them. So, it is getting better and better with purple laps now being set by Woon, with the tires really coming to play. And not sure of your take on this, but to me at least, if you're going to long run, you have to show it by about this point. This is the true test where the tires are going to be.
And that's a very, very good point there, Justin, right? We're just 13 laps completed. We're starting lap number 14, or we're almost done with lap number 14, I should say. And for Ashton Woon showing that he has the pace, that he has 2/10 still left in the bag on that Speed Concepts racing machine, is showing, right, that he's just that little bit better through the latter half of this race. Pettit, though, don't count him out just yet. He's still improving, 48.2. It's not the same rate that Woon is, again, improving at, but the difference here, right? Woon has a benchmark. He has a rabbit to chase, and that almost changes the mentality for a driver. When you're sitting in second, when you're chasing somebody down, it adds a little more, right? It adds a little bit more adrenaline, and it adds a little bit hunger, if you will, to propel you out of these corners, to drive you with this focus, almost tunnel vision to close in on Travis Pettit. He doesn't have that, right? He's just focused on not making a mistake, staying consistent, staying confident, keeping himself out in front. There's a change further back, though, for 4th. Parker Ives has gone on the Trinity Karting Group barrel art of Nico Katowski. So move Ives up to 4th. Golseth is actually right in line with them. The same for Marco Salmon, who I think is getting brought right back into the mix here.
Yeah, all that shuffling has closed them all up. Calderon, DeGenero, Barb, Alonso's all tucked up together as a result of the back and forth that's gone on for 4th position. That was kind of the mindset of what were they going to do? Well, they're going to swap again. Couple swaps, in fact. You see Calderon amongst those on the passes in the air group. Jan Katowski also making a swap on Ives. Katowski really wants to go back and forth, it seems. Doesn't want to stay still in this. Ives is the same way with the back and forth in 8.
This is a risky situation, right? We talk always about this latter half of the race, this last third of the race being where you start to kind of put the pieces together, start to move, you know, all the pieces to try and put together a good result. And again, that fighting is opening up the gap to these three who are moments away from potentially changing the lead, right? Wound's not going to want to wait for more than a lap behind Travis Pettit to take control of this race. That forward momentum, got to keep it going. Maybe put yourself 2 spots clear of Travis with Murphy, who's right behind you, right? And that's where, if you're in 4th and back, if you're in that group, that realization has to hit. You're still in contention for a race win as now Pettit goes to the bottom of the racetrack. He heard Wound coming. Murphy looking to cross him up. The battle for second heating up, and Tristan Murphy is clear. And again, like I said, Wound did not want to wait for more than a lap. He didn't want to wait for more than half a lap before trying to make that move. And this is where it's going to get spicy here. Side by side on the front stretch. Murphy with a nose down low.
Murphy getting the chance. Wound working with them. Pettit lets them both through into one. Up to the front goes Murphy. Now Wound waits for his chance. They'll work their way up to turn 4 yet again. No one making the dive. And once again, this puts Murphy into the spotlight. Remember, it was Murphy who took advantage of the phenomenally wild finish in the superheat yesterday to pass everybody coming up to the white flag lap. Now he knows Wound's going to want to go. That's deep, and that sets up Pettit for the lead.
Wound tried it on the inside of turn number 8, wasn't there. Murphy closed the door, and Travis Pettit crosses him up. All this battling up front, top 3 going at it. Where is that second group? They're just going out of turn number 10, and Pettit going to continue to defend. You see Wound just wanting to get on with it, and Nathan Golseth now leads that second group. It's not Ives, it's not Katowski, it's Nathan Golseth leading that second group. Katowski's behind him, Calderon in 6th, Samet to 7th, Ives fell all the way back to 8th, and then DeGennaro is down there. Arthur Barb in 10th. This is going to close, and we're on for a barn burner finish here in X30 Juniors. Travis Pettit leads the way into turn number 8.
Once again, defense is on, coming up to 3 laps to go. Outside, once again, taken by Wound. That sets up Murphy back into line. And once again, we've seen so many times, if you're able to set up things into 8 and group 9 onward, that's been one of the prime chances. But this afternoon, it's been becoming a more aggressive down the front. That's why this inside has a lot more usage than yesterday.
And the rest of the pack closing at an alarming rate as Wound looking to catch Pettit by surprise in turn 3, 3 wide. Down the hill, Tristan Murphy to the point. Wound in second, Pettit looking to rip the high side. Doesn't have a lane there. Wound into second, Murphy leads, but here comes Nathan Golseth and the rest of the cavalry.
That gap was, remember, a couple seconds before. It's down to under a second. Blocking is on again by Murphy. Slide on up, on through the groove. Murphy hits the curb, rather Pettit did. Now Pettit trying to keep it pinned on the outside. Goes to the runoff. Here comes the run again for the inside. Everybody else joins in. Here comes the rest of the field as we come to 2 to go.
Side by side, door to door. Tristan Murphy's in the lead. Wound in second to the bottom of the racetrack. Looking to go. Contact in between the two. Nico Katowski to the lead.
Where did that come from? Katowski looks to hold on in front, but everybody else watches on. Pettit got shuffled all the way back to the back end of the top 10 with the craziness that broke out. Now, Katowski looks to march his way to the middle sector, all while Golseth is the one in second. Defense for Katowski. Golseth doesn't go for the aggressive dive as they make their way through to the final sector.
The top 3 has been turned upside down. It's Katowski to Golseth to Mateo Calderon, then to Ashton Wound, who has somehow, some way managed to keep himself inside of this lead group. Marco Samet's not too far back. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go as Katowski leads us into turn number 1.
Bumper to bumper to bumper to bumper as they make their way up through 3. A couple aggressive moves already here, side by side. Here comes Golseth. Alongside, Katowski tries to bring his teammates with him. Katowski from the outside keeps the pressure high, but gets shuffled back to second.
Not enough grip on the outside there for Katowski to hold on to it. Golseth now going to lead into turn number 8. Calderon back in third. Golseth to the bottom. Wound the only one looking to rip the high side. He's got Katowski. Can he make it a 1-2 for SCR? Wound's off the racetrack. Golseth with a gap of a lifetime. Out of the final couple of corners, Nathan Golseth chased the leaders down time and time again, lap after lap. Nathan Golseth out of the last corner is going to win an X30 Junior.
Crash involving knives in the background, but it's Golseth who comes up on top. Two carts stuck together in through the final corner. They'll at least get them unglued, but what a finish for Golseth, who, mind you, had been around maybe 6th, maybe 7th spot much of the way, then with the wildness, charged up late.
I tell you what, Alex Speed, Mike Speed, and Mario are going to have a smile on their faces. A 1-2 for Speed Concepts Racing in North Carolina. Marco Salmon in third. That's a good result out of Marco. Travis Pettit coming across the line in fourth. And a first-time podium for the 790. Enzo Di Janeiro on the Paralyn. Long time coming for that young man. Finally on the podium here in Junior. But through it all, Nathan Golseth victorious on Sunday. We'll go down and listen in. What a race, what an end. But Golseth, through it all, able to take the win. Unfortunately for Royce Vega and company, but Golseth on top.
And as we get ourselves situated here as well with the drivers ready to celebrate, take a glance at what happened. The Shop AKR replay. This is what happened with the contact right up with the right side tires.
Yeah, just hard one to call there, right? Ives fully alongside Calderon, both of them going through that final corner. And you see it's just, you know, it's wide on the entry. You can call it a decreasing radius. And both of them trying to go through. You see he gets a shove from behind from Di Janeiro, Katowski, everybody stacked up, right? Not much you can do. But Xander standing by with Nathan Golseth, who's pulled off a stunner here in X30 Junior. Xander?
Nathan, you have gotten your first in about as wild and probably backwards of an order as possible. You won the shootout here last summer. You became a champion at the Winter Series, and now finally you're a race winner on the national scene in the main events. Talk to me about how you got it done.
I mean, full focus the whole race. I knew I had the pace. We were struggling a little bit. I was off on my part. Changed something for the superheat yesterday, and it clicked. Everything went good. Ended up finishing 5th, I think. And yeah, I knew I had the pace. Yeah.
And talk to you about what are the emotions running through you right now, and what does this mean?
It means everything. Being so new to a team and already winning, it's a crazy feeling. Getting used to the environment, it's great. And yeah, they support me with everything they got. Put all their resources into me. So.
And who would you like to thank?
Yeah, Speed Concepts Racing, my parents, mom and dad, Austin Osborne, Speed Lab. Yeah.
There you go. Congratulations, Nathan. You're an X30 Junior main event winner.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Well, I saw his mother Maria down here in the pits throughout the weekend. I'm sure his dad Chad going to be watching on, happy about his boy getting a win on Sunday. Quick commercial break. When we return, more action coming live from the Carolina Grand Prix.
Okay, guys.
Karts on circuit as we get ready for TKG and Nash Motorsports backing the K100 Masters and Super Masters as they look to battle it out on the racetrack here today. Tim Schutt's up in front with Byron Daly for the respective classes. Scott Falcone and Nick Landy. Then Eric Heinig alongside Matthew Meach amongst the top drivers. Then you have the Carabellatis in 7th and 9th. Mike Rollison going to be starting off in the 8th position. The drivers themselves are ready to go, though, after some intense battling, especially between Schutt and Daly yesterday. They're off and away once more. Oh, and contact. A little bit of trouble in the heart of the field. Sends at least 2 karts spinning. Elefante amongst them. We're back underway with the rest of the field making the way to 4.
Scott Falcone, the other driver involved as they go to work down through the bowl. He'll drop all the way to the bottom of the leaderboard. Meanwhile, in that topsy-turvy start, Byron Daly has escaped with a big-time lead to Tim Schutt and an even bigger gap back to Nick Landy there in 3rd. Back for 4th, though. Raleigh's already on the move. There he goes, down the inside in 8. And the blue and pink machine, the Rawlson Performance Group Cosmic, now moves 1 spot closer to the top 5. We caught up with him a little bit earlier in the weekend. It's been a busy 7 days, but when is it not for the captain of the Rawlson Performance Group? And now on the door of 3rd already here at the end of lap number 1 with a long race ahead. He did the very respectable option there, making sure that the series, and I say that very respectfully. I don't think he pushed back, and I don't know if the series would have penalized him in the super heat as he makes the pass there for Nick Landy on the inside of turn 4 to start at the rear for that, along with the heat 1 and 2 grids because of having to miss out on qualifying and having a slight tire advantage. It didn't hold him back at all. He carved up both of them. Unfortunately, in the super heat, he got tangled up midway through with Paul Elefante because in heat 1, in a shorter race, he won the thing from last. He almost did the same in heat 2. With extra laps, it looked like he could have got it. He had the extra laps in that super heat, and then obviously the mid-race tangle put him back a ways. He still ended up continuing and picking up a few more spots at the end. But now, first race, truly all weekend, he's going to get a chance to fight from start to finish towards the front. And you see Eric Heinig now making the pass on Nick Landy. Now, mind you folks, the class is split into, you have the regular K100 Masters at the bottom of the pylon. Leader in that group is Byron Daly on the Prodigy Motorsports entry. And on the top half of the pylon, Tim Schutt leads in the K100 Super Masters subcategory. They're still scored together. And this is a change for the lead in Super Masters already. Raleigh is through the inside and gone. Mike Rollison now quickly to the lead over Tim Schutt. And he doesn't just want the Super Masters lead, he wants the overall win. That means the next up is the overall leader and leader in Masters, Byron Daly on the best card out front.
And he's definitely got the ability we've seen all weekend to do that. It's going to be very difficult to stop this momentum because right now, early going as the tire temperatures pick up, already the fastest car on the racetrack. He was 7/10 quicker than Daly last time by. Astounding pace. But remember, likely to go a little bit aggressive, it appears, on the approach to make sure he makes up for lost time, and did so near immediately. Also, didn't have to make up as many positions net compared to some of the others. 8th spot compared to having to work at least 3-4 rows back where he originally would have been over the course of the start of the heats yesterday.
Indeed. With 4 down now, we'll put 5 away, and he might have made things a little bit more entertaining for us had he had to start all the way at the back of the field today again. But he is making quick work. Unmatched speed for Mike Rollison. 6/10 up on everybody. 51.1 the lap before, and then a 51.2, and now already up to the lead. He's just making it look easy there for no practice time, no qualifying sessions. Yes, of course, his team was here, and they were doing a phenomenal job getting all of their drivers up to speed and in the hunt, and just about every class they had an entrant in, at least one. So they knew what to set the kart up for, and he's competed in K Masters over the years, sporadically at the US Pro Kart Series. but it still is a testament to Raleigh's ability to take the red-eye flight Friday night, to run on low sleep, and to put on the drives that he did yesterday, and now getting his bearings here on the East Coast. He is going right to work. Let's see how long he wants to wait, though. He's taking his time with Byron Daly. I would have thought with how quickly he clogged up the field, Justin, he would have gone past already, but he is holding station, at least right now, through to 3.
Maybe try to save the tires or go right now.
Yeah, he just wanted to wait till the easiest corner to pass on the racetrack. Turn 4, new leader, Mike Rollison, taking advantage of the fact he had time to burn, waited a lap, pushed along, probably got the last bit of intel he wanted, which was how much quicker he had been. Up close, though, with a viewpoint at Byron Daly, who was the early race leader, to now try to set sail. So here's the big challenge, right? Byron Daly and Tim Schutt, yeah, they could see on the lap charts, Justin, that Raleigh had the field covered in terms of raw pace, but they didn't quite know exactly how. Now they're getting a front row seat, being able to run behind him here in the race, and the question is, are they able to pivot what they're doing behind the wheel, and do they have the setup enough to allow them to pivot all the way to match the speed of the 428? We can see the gap slowly growing, and again, just ever so slightly, about a car length or so, he was able to get over on Daly.
Yep, 51-1 last time by, 3/10 quicker than majority of the field in that early jump. But as things continue to settle on in, we'll say once again, we've seen how competitive things have been up at the front in general in this class this weekend. Daly's been impressive again. Busy when it comes to being a NASCAR race engineer these days, also former crew chief, also from the NASCAR background from the early days, about a decade and a half plus now, with some of those drivers that are, in many cases, some of the engineers now in the racing scene of NASCAR. But he also throw in the mix, though, hiding in this, doing well to match up in his best kart to be able to build up a buffer and hold on by a decent bit for second in class.
And as we watch the field work its way further into the distance behind Mike Rollison, let's give you a bit of an update further on as well. Eric Heinig had a moment yesterday. He's second in class to Byron Daly. We saw Scott Falcone go to the wayside on the start. He's starting to move back forward. There he is, right there, moved to the inside. One of the Carapolati brothers there, that's the 406 of Scott, with a pass for Falcone. So move Falcone up one more. In fact, he's tracking closer to a couple of his teammates. Nick Landy up the road there. I believe that might be Matthew Meach as well, just ahead of him in the 464.
We'll see of OR, Green Machines all working together at the very least. No, they will have one of the bigger tents actually here in the garage area this weekend. And to be able to work together, also believe amongst those next to the RPM camp playing soccer yesterday, amongst those battling out in after the races. So some of the young drivers in amongst their team having fun. The older drivers really having some fun after making sure they turn the wrenches and make sure their carts are up to snuff here for today to have decent finishes. And all of this is being said here in this. You can tell with all that with Meach, you mentioned in terms of his pace right now in this situation, ready to plan things out. We'll find out if anyone's able to get a run for a pass or make a move in the next moments or so here as they continue to wind themselves. One of the Carapolatis fell down on the pylon, down to 6 overall in their respective class with the Supermasters. But right now, Schutt providing pressure with Daly.
Yeah, he has gotten reeled in. Byron Daly has by a couple of tenths a lap. Tim Schutt, he has actually the last few laps started to bring his pace up to tempo compared to Mike Rollison. A bit of a slower start for the Pantano self-run, cell-phone team entry with Timmy Tech. But last time by, a 51-1 for him, a 1-3 for Raleigh. Albeit a bit in the toe of Byron Daly, but that's still nothing to scoff about. Now that last lap he lost a little bit, and you saw equally Byron Daly looking for more, making an adjustment. So they're reaching a course in front of the shark fins and the main motor block, down to the carburetor, tuning the needles to either open up the airflow and get a little more gas going through the carburetor on the low end or the high end. The low end, of course, to get you up and out of the corner. The high end, whether to close it off or to open it up or richen it up or lean it up, if you will. at the end of the straightaways. And as we keep an eye on this battle and await for the inevitable side-by-side action for them, we'll do the same ourselves. Let's go down to Caleb Viesca on pit lane as X30 Pro is beginning to form. Caleb.
Thank you, Xander. I'm standing by here with Blake Nash. Look, dream start to the weekend, right? Pole position. The heat races, the super heat hasn't really gone that way for you. Tell me how we're feeling going into the main event.
I'm confident in our package. I know we have the speed, just making some small racecraft mistakes, and yeah, I know I got the package underneath me. I feel one of the fastest karts out there, so it's a long race. I'm going to try to play it, as patient as I can, and I know we'll be there in the end. So,
look, you've been close time and time again to that first win in Pro X30. It was close in Houston. This weekend, it's again another shot at victory. What would that mean to you to go out there and win today?
It would mean the world. It's pretty much everything that we've been pushing for under the tent, under Nash, is we want to do good in this X30 program. We have a really good 100cc package, and stepping away from the 125 stuff has been a little bit of a struggle, but I know our package is there again, and we showed it time and time again, but it's time to get the job done.
Lastly here, this track has changed drastically since the morning. What are you expecting to feel out there track conditions-wise?
I think there'll be some pretty big rubber. From what we felt yesterday when the track was getting hot, like in this afternoon session, there was a lot of grip. So I'm expecting that, plus probably a little bit more, because everyone's going out there on new tires. So.
Thank you, Blake. Best of luck.
Thank you.
The same all across the board here for the 8 main events, right? It's a clean slate with fresh rubber, and that matters the most in the 2 classes upcoming, Pro Shifter and X30 Pro, with the fresh set of boots for everyone, no matter how good or bad or how many laps you turned over the earlier part of the weekend. The same goes obviously for KA 100 Master and Supermaster, presented by Trinity Karting Group and Nash Motorsports, which makes it all the more impressive that even on a level playing field, right, there's no asterisk to be there for Mike Rollison's unmatched pace. He is simply the fastest here on Sunday on equal footing, and at a 2.4 second margin to Tim Schutt, with the likes of Byron Daly and Eric Heinig, who those two will be fighting momentarily for the main lead in KA Masters. So while this is 2nd, 3rd, and 4th overall in the KA Masters class, which again, I don't know exactly how it will shake out, because the Supermasters isn't necessarily set up to be a totally equal 50-50 category, Justin. It was meant to be an honor mid-session, or not mid-session, but for anyone finishing, off the top 5, with the Masters taking the top 2 spots. But here we are, and we've got one Supermaster in the lead, and the other fighting for 2nd, albeit he just lost it there, but already looking back to continue to bring the fight in 3rd. So we were expecting to have a Supermasters podium with drivers finishing 3rd or 5th or 9th on the racetrack, and instead the Masters class have been beat here in North Carolina, and the Supermasters are the ones dominating the way out in front.
Kind of showcases the speed in general they have when it comes to Supermasters. A bit of contact, a little bit to the rear tire, nearly shed them off as Heinig now goes back and forth with Schutt.
Yeah, I don't think either driver kind of anticipated the other quite perfectly. Eric Heinig obviously was thinking about making that move down in turn 8, pulled to the left, and Tim Schutt didn't know he was looking at him and just misjudged it barely. No harm, no foul, still good there. Let's go down here with now 7 laps to go to Caleb.
Yeah, standing by here with Jacob Kolar. Jacob, qualifying was a disaster for you, right? And you've had to work your way all the way up to starting 7th here in this main event. Just tell me about the weekend up to this point and get to go green here for this main.
Yeah, I mean, starting Thursday, kart felt really good. It wasn't really hot out, wasn't really grippy, so felt really good. Then Friday, started gripping up. Track was pretty grippy. Started hopping a bit, trying to get the grip out of the go-kart. For quali, didn't really do the right thing. Kind of missed the setup a bit, and then after that, we qualified 14th. Then we switched motors for the first heat. Started 20th, got to 8th, which is pretty good. Got a good start. And then from then, just kept chipping forward. Got a couple penalties in the second heat. And then for the super heat, made it all the way up to 6th. So, I mean, the pace is there now. We're about a 10th off, but I think with the new tires, we'll be on par.
And again, I got to ask you, right, you're one of the guys that isn't racing all year long compared to your competitors. How good does it feel to come here on a Sunday and be in the mix, be competitive?
I think it feels pretty good. I mean, I'm trying to be in the seat a little bit more. Obviously, it's hard. Try to do more coaching and whatnot. But, yeah, I mean, it feels great to be back. And I'll try to be here again for Grands. Try to do maybe double duty in that. So,
thank you, Jacob.
Thank you.
Exciting to hear for Jacob Kolar, and things are getting a bit exciting here for the overall win and the overall podium and the win in Masters here, Justin. Back and forth we go between the teammates and Tim Schutt, coming now down to just 5 laps to go.
Looking to try and line up quickly. Once again, Daly has controlled things all weekend in this class, but Heinig has been able to chip away as this run's going on, has had the long run pace, was even with the battle a few tenths quicker than Daly last time by. The tough part's going to be getting the actual job done. We've already seen one side-by-side how it worked out. Turn 8 seems to be where Daly is letting the opportunities open up. Yet again, there it is. No overlap this time. They elect to stay single file. For now, give it a moment.
Yeah, you would think they would be single file, and then they split kind of different lines on the end of the corner, and it throws you off for a minute. Nonetheless, though, up the hill again we go. This will be another lap ticked off. 4 to go. Tim Schutt, Byron Daly, Eric Heinig looks like he had a problem. It looks like the motor cut off on him for a second there coming out of the last turn. There is something amiss here on the man in 4th, and there it is. Not the motor. The bumper bolt has broken on the right rear. And Eric Heinig goes from fighting for the win in the division comfortably on the overall podium, and he knows it now as he touches his helmet. Oh, man, what a deflating end to what had been a solid comeback drive on Sunday after ending Saturday with a bit of a rough go and contact in the superheat. Or correct me, heat 2, I believe.
Yep.
Eric Heinig will end up as leaving Byron Daly's side, and Byron will be all on his own here to bring the fight back to Schutt with 3 laps remaining at the line.
Yeah, tough to say the very least. And again, that really sparked up after the side-by-side between the teammates before. There goes Heinig. He'll peel on down, and you see the frustration head into the steering wheel. Very disappointed, knowing he had a top 2 guaranteed with the track position before that point. We're under 3 laps to go here. Rollison has pulled away by 5+ seconds. Daly, well, he had a chance to get a run on Tim Schutt again, because Schutt, with all of that, has looked steady. His pace has stayed within 0.2 of his personal best throughout this race.
And behind him, Scott Falcone, who we covered having the moment earlier in the race with a crash down at turn number 1. He's now gotten past the entirety of the midfield, pulled himself up by his bootstraps all the way now to become 4th overall, 3rd still in the Super Masters class because of the masterful and mistake-free performance that the likes of Tim Schutt and Mike Rawlson have put together. But a testament to the speed here for Falcone. 4th overall is nothing to scoff about, especially when he was basically about wrecked at the start of the race down at turn number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been wild to see what we've seen play out over the course of this one, but right now, see some of the teammates staying in sync, for example, amongst those battling there, but Daly and his sake right in the position to battle for Schutt on the final lap, to try and take away 2nd overall on the racetrack, all while the others and their teammates behind Falcone continue to follow behind Falcone and continue to abide by every single movement he makes.
And at the level that they're at here with 1 lap to go, you can't exactly expect a mistake just yet. If you're his teammates, you've all shared the data, you're not probably going to have much of an advantage over him. You're going to need to will yourself and find that extra bit of speed. Maybe you could take a page or a bit of the video from the man who has gotten out in front of more than 7 seconds at this point when we get back to the line, if he stays on the throttle. It was 6.5 last time by. Have yourself a weekend, albeit a bit of a shortened one, and a flurry of a weekend, I'm sure it must feel like. Mike Rollison's job is far from done, but as he rounds turn 9, it is all done behind the wheel to perfection. He'll head to the last turn, and Raleigh will dominate the weekend and win in Masters and Super Masters as well. Beyond him, Tim Schutt 2nd, hangs on for the overall P2, and Byron Daly gets the win in Masters. In the standard division, Scott Falcone to the line will hang on for 3rd in class. And 4th on the road, Matthew Meach will end up with a second in the regular Masters division, 5th overall. Solid run there. And there you see the splits down the two classes. Daly, Meach, and Nick Landy. Meach second in the Masters class. Nick Landy third, joining the top 3 after running inside the top 3 for the majority of the race early. Rollison on top. And guess what? The Rollison Performance Group Pro X30s are on the grid, ready to go. 2 more coming your way from Mooresville, North Carolina.
Hey guys, I'm Chris G. I'm Kart Chaser's driver fitness coach, and today I'm going to give you 3 tips on how to strengthen your shoulders for more endurance and better stability in the cart. Here we go. Okay, so exercise number 1 is the front rope pull-through cable raises. Okay, now this is the upright cable row. What you are doing here is you're picking a straight bar, as you see, and we're working the side areas of our shoulders, the medial. Exercise number 3, the dumbbell shrugs. As you guys can tell, I like to pause at the top before releasing. It's great for your strength, for that wheel stability. It's great for those shoulders and that upper back area. Chris G coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do here. See you on the next one.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code CHASER20 to get 20% off today.
Back and ready for action here from Trackhouse Motorplex. X30 Pro presented by Rollison Performance Group, ready to bring the action one more time for opening weekend here at the Carolina Grand Prix in the 2026 U.S. Pro Kart Series season. The grid is stacked. Caleb Vieska, what do you have down on the ground here before we let him loose?
Yeah, thank you, Xander. I'm standing by here trackside. And again, 105 degrees Fahrenheit, the track temperature. It's changed drastically, over 20 degrees since we went cold for the warm-up sessions. Look, spoken to a lot of drivers today, everybody taking gambles on tire pressures. And from what I've heard, we're probably going to range from 5 PSI, maybe up to 7 PSI, and even that might be a bit too much.
And as you can hear as well, the rumbles on the grid have equally picked up. 3-digit surface temp means this place is boiling hot, and it is only gonna really tick up now. Rollison Performance Group, X30 Pro, taken to the racetrack for a 25-lap slugfest to the end. Let's get ready to take you through the starting lineup here for today's first of 2 co-main events. Sean Butcher getting ready to lead the field to green. It'll be the first time he gets to do it from the inside lane in a main event. He's only had a handful of U.S. starts. He has stood on the podium more times than not over his weekends thus far. But Paulie Massimino provisionally had that win in KA Senior, joining him on the outside. And, of course, as the rest of the field flurries on by, it gives us time to dive into some of the notables that'll have work to do, like Colin Lloyd, who showed a lot of speed yesterday but rolls all the way back on row number 7 when all the heat points were tallied up. My pick was Butcher. You guys obviously split across the rest between yourself, Hunter, and Caleb. We got to see Caden McQueen show the speed equally that Paulie had in KA Senior, but we haven't seen what Sean's really looked like today. We hadn't really seen much out of Blake Nash, obviously, today, only having that warm-up session this morning. So, Justin, seeing the track, seeing how we're feeling, and getting a bit of intel from the drivers over the course of the day. Are you happy with your pick? Are you sticking with it?
I think I'm sticking with it because I've seen how consistent we've seen Massimino be. He was one of the top drivers in the earlier sessions in practice too. But as some of the marbles really fly off the tires, I think for him the main thing's going to be, can he make sure to be in the right spot before the end of this 25-lapper. We know for a fact he's had speed every long run, it seems, no matter the class today into the course of this weekend. So I think it's going to be one of those situations where you keep him in a good position, then see how he thrives once we get to, say, 10 laps to go.
And that's a great point, Justin. It's a matter of being there at the end, because we know and we've seen on the results charts multiple different names and brands and teams at the top of the leaderboard. 25 laps, opening day for the 2026 U.S. Pro Kart Series. X30 Pro, round one for North Carolina. It's a bit sloppy in the back, but it'll get the green. We're underway. Jake Drew, first one off, into the excess lane, all the way into the dirt, right off the start. Chaos reigning supreme here as the outside lane got absolutely shafted there through the opening chicane. Paulie Massimino's going to drop all the way back behind Davin Roberts. That'll put him sixth. It's McQueen to second, Brickley to third, Kolar, the kid from Key West, and the former Miami Grand Nats champ, into fourth.
Great start in particular for Butcher and all of that too. Now looking to keep himself up the front. We talked about this all over the course of the weekend. His best starts yet over the course of a weekend here in North America so far, but it's the matter of can he finish the job? European champion leads lap one, while this train still extends as far back as outside the top 10 by a fair bit.
Yeah, quite a bit as they rumble through turn number one. That was a nice pass there by Marcelo Tortado. Sean Butcher still in command, out in front of Caden McQueen. Ryan Raffler right there behind the Ursula Tony kart machine as Colin Lloyd runs right near him. A decent start for him, but so far so good. All relatively calm here in the early stages of this X30 Pro main, but your leader's feeling the pressure, and Massimino is feeling the urgency to go forward. He's already back up to fourth and digging.
I mean, again, you don't blame him for wanting to show urgency, though, to get the track position, because first we've seen the pack start to split up a little bit. Seen in the junior side of the card how much the gap grew before Pettit's gap was eviscerated by the second half of the race. As we see more sets go on for Roberts, for Massimino, get yourself in position where you can be one of those carts that pull away. You help your stake as Butcher tries to block up front.
Indeed, Sean Butcher tries to just protect what he can at the moment, knowing that the way the early races had gone in the weekend, he was probably the weakest early on low air pressure. Caden McQueen's trying to take advantage of that fact. He'll go to the lead with the first move of the day. Adam Brickley pulls alongside on the best cart. He's stuck on the outside in turn 9, and that will hurt him now as Massimino brings the cavalry to the inside of Brickley. Paulie is there, Nash is there, Roberts isn't able to get quite there, and that'll let Adam get into line in fifth. But it's Caden McQueen leading the way as Jacob Kolar's under fire. Colin Lloyd is on the move, already up a number of spots, and he's going to add another one there. Move him up 6 positions as Butcher wants to lead right back and nearly drives Caden McQueen into the wall. A little bit of contact sent McQueen up the hill, and a lead change back the other way.
A little bit of an aggressive move. Didn't have, per se, the best overlap when you think of the etiquette side, but Butcher still wants to make it clear. He wants to control things. A bit of an off track for Roberts there with the side-by-side. Outside of that, Brickley doing a great job despite all of that, keeping side-by-side with Roberts. Here we got pushed off as the race lead switches again.
Oh, and Massimino was able to follow suit at the exit as someone lost a front bumper. It is Marcelo Tortado on the Ursula Tony kart. About midway through the field there. The 375. Gonna get a meatball flag in a moment. Tortado right inside the top 10. As back up front, McQueen able to pick the pocket of the race leader in that last turn, takes the lead back. And again, Sean Butcher, I think he equally knew that they were going to try to shuffle him back, that the go-kart for him on the long run looked better than anybody else on track in yesterday afternoon session. And now, under fire again, Blake Nash gets through. Massimino pulls alongside into 9. Nash will let him have it, but it will almost cost him there as he barely hangs on to third.
Yeah, but that's already built up a cushion for McQueen as a result of the heavy battling. This is exactly what I was talking about we've seen in the junior side for X30. Already a few kart lengths advantage. Now, can McQueen sustain a half a second distance? It's not like it was with Pettit where it grew by a second in the course of a couple laps. but it is very strong for McQueen trying to put on some boost of speed to get a cushion before the Velocity Racing Sodi sees the long run come into play. That was the team's philosophy.
And so now, Blake Nash closing back in on Paulie Massimino. Massimino trying to close the gap to McQueen. This is a critical part of the race. It sounds wild to say that here just working lap number 6. But if Paulie doesn't have the speed, and maybe Blake does to reel Caden in, Nash needs to be very particular with how he makes this move stick. Because if they lose too much time, McQueen will be outside the draft window and he will be gone. However, that was a good lap out of Paulie. It was able to be about a half-tenth up on McQueen. Nash was just even that much faster, and he's going to use it for now to push him along, push Paulie along. And that was a very veteran play there by Blake, because I would think most drivers in his position, eating a gap up to the driver in front that early, would have already gone. And he might go here, but if he doesn't, he's showing a lot of restraint, and that's keeping the leader in sight, even if you have a little bit of an edge up on second. Push him up to the lead if you think you can do it, and then make the power move once they're all back together. So he's keeping this race alive by holding himself back. And I, again, think back to that little exchange we heard from his dad, Seth, there in the scales yesterday, team owner for Nash Motorsports, saying, look, man, you're not going to get mistakes out of these guys. You've got to be really smart about when you make your moves. And it goes to what we talked about in the morning show. This is doing exactly what he needs to do to finally break through. It's wild to say he's been a contender and a multi-time podium finisher many years now in both 100cc and 125cc action. He's a 2-time OKN Stars winner and the champ from last year as well. Sorry, 3-time even. But however, or 2-time winner and champion 1 time. But he has not yet broken through for that X30 Pro win, and neither has McQueen, and of course neither has Butcher with a handful less starts. Today could be the day for 3 of your top 4 to break through.
Get that sense too with how things are going still early on, though. It's going to be in the question of, for Nash and Butcher in particular, are they trying to save? Because it goes back to the thought of what the camper Prodigy and Brickley said. They were focusing all weekend, try and be like Massimino and Butcher on tire save, because you have to be there at the end, as we've emphasized all weekend. And right now, that's kind of emphasizing with the pace right now, starting to really settle on in. Yes, it's still at some of the faster laps of the race, but it's not been a rapid pickup on time before a decline yet.
And we talk about the dirty air factor a lot here, but what we don't talk about is when you're pushing someone forward, you're obviously going to brake a little bit earlier than the normal braking zone if you didn't have a Kart in front of you. And that, of course, doesn't work those front tires nearly as much. So while, yes, Nash has to deal with the dirty air right underneath Paulie's rear bumper through turn 3, a little bit in other sections of the track like turn 6 and turn 9, but by being there and then having letting the draft pull it back up on the straights, letting Paulie be the one to really have to go and attack the apex and break deep into the corner, he is, in a way, taking care of the tires, but that won't do it. Big mistake out of Blake there in 3rd. A bobble in 6th, and Butcher is there to pounce. One mistake, the first one out of any of your leaders really all race long. Blake Nash now loses a spot because of it, and there's a dust cloud still across the track all the way over to the front stretch. We'll see if McQueen and Massimino notice.
Curious how much dirt that's picked up, absolutely, as a result of those tires sliding off out of 6 in through 7. But it's going to be a huge chance to deal with the next moment. By the way, Drew in all this, he was off track on lap 1. He's in the lead group 2.
How in the world is Jake Drew still alive and still digging and getting another spot? The 329 Nürburgring Academy GFC. Spoke to him in the morning show. He had been just about nowhere by Jake Drew and Ryan Norberg standards all weekend. Knocking on the door of the top 10 mostly. Now, on Sunday, they have found what he has needed, and he is right there, even with an off-track excursion, losing a ton of spots off the start. JD is up 2 and still well within reach to get more.
And doing really phenomenally in terms of his pace as of late, has been running quicker than the leader in amongst those battles also. We'll say that gap has just about been eaten up, by the way. Massimino's within a couple tenths of it. But Butcher and company still need to close up for their own sake. So it becomes the question, once we get past halfway, does Massimino go for it and push the leaders back like we already seen in KA 100? Or does he wait and ride, try and see if they can build a cushion and see if there's a test for a couple laps before he makes that choice?
And in Paulie's case here, I don't know if you want to run too many laps right behind Caden. I don't know if you're able to save or not. I don't know if he feels confident that he could wait, because Sean Butcher is starting to really turn it up here at the halfway mark. 12 down, 13 to go, and things are just spooling up here in X30 Pro presented by RPG. Lap times continuing to hold station right now. Still, the biggest mover is Lloyd. The fastest go-kart appears to be either him or Jake Drew on the racetrack. But Sean Butcher, you can see visually, is eating up the margin to Massimino. So Paulie, he's a bit on borrowed time. Do you wait or do you go at the first chance? This might be the closest he's been. He will wait for now.
Not a choice yet to go for it, but Butcher keeping an eye on his line in particular over the course of the next lap or so, because right now he's still got the whip of the draft. See them rumble away up through 10, for example. Butcher seems to be trying to avoid pushing too hard here. Make sure the arrow doesn't go. Massimino does go, sends it deep into one.
Big time send for Paulie Massimino. Just barely got the car. One width was left, one width was taken, and he's now got command right as Sean Butcher arrives on the scene now. And not far away, Blake Nash and Colin Lloyd are hoping for more of that to bring them back into the mix here. Nash has recovered from his bobble, and Colin Lloyd's impressive drive continues, now in the last podium spot in 5th. But 3 drivers, that's a crowd up front with a lot of racing still to go. 3 heavyweights ready to get after it. Paulie Massimino trying to end Sunday on a high note. He crossed the line first this morning, and Kay Sr. only to have it ripped away by a penalty. Said he was going to go to the appeals room. We don't know the final results until, of course, we put them on the podium. What we do know is right now he's in the lead with no penalties looming, all clean and good in X30 Pro.
All clean and solid for now, and now that they've started to settle it out, you see that small difference they built up on the buffer between them and Butcher. It seems as though McQueen in particular seems solid there, but it's going to be interesting how the lines now go for Butcher on the close. See him a little bit deeper to get towards the bumper on entry apex. It's just been the difficult part of keeping that on exit, I think, for Butcher, that we're noticing here with that arrow wash that we're seeing pop up here.
Yeah, he got close and then started to fade away, but I'd also argue that I think Massimino, at this point in the race, is turning the pace up. It's not visually going any faster. You wouldn't expect that, of course, due to the fact that we're watching lap number 16 unfold here at this stage. And yet, this incredible drive here for Paulie Massimino is still holding pace with what he was doing about 8 laps ago on sticker tires. And that, I think, is what's kind of had Butcher falling back, as now Nash fades one more. Colin Lloyd up to the 4th spot, ahead of Roberts and Drew. The progress for Jake Drew and Colin Lloyd seems to be tapering off a little bit. The leaders are continuing to run at an unmatched speed.
Got 47.5s towards the flats of that mark, mind you, the past couple laps. 47.5s once again for the leaders. For reference, Drew was in the 6s, so I think that's partly with the traffic, but also partly just with how hard they've had to push, especially, I'd argue, Drew, to get himself back at least to a solid position after the off-track. I think they may have heated up their tires a little bit more on the pressures per se with what they've done. And it also harkens back to how they went in terms of the PSIs, what that
well, and who knows if you got any damage. When you go off track like that, bouncing through the dirt, that can do a lot. We obviously were hoping to see him have a clean start and what he could do from buried in the field. He's still managed a very respectable drive back forward for a net upward gain, and it's not over. And yet, at the same point, Caden McQueen is seeing Paulie Massimino slip further and further away. That was a near full 10th blow to the Velocity Sodi drivers' hopes last time by, as Massimino remains in the 47.5s, the only driver that fast right now. McQueen at a 6, Butcher at a 6, Lloyd at a 7, all the way down to Jake Drew. He was at a 6, but nobody on the racetrack last time by as fast as the leader. If that holds, it'll be no different than what we witnessed on Saturday afternoon, with the car in front at the midway point beginning to edge away from everybody. but Caden McQueen is digging deep. He's pulled a little bit now from Butcher. Let's see if that gap comes down at the line. 0.325 last time by. This time by, 18 down. Does it improve for Caden? Just a little bit. Down to 0.278 for Caden McQueen. Up to the race leader, Paulie Massimino. So he gained a half tenth, near full tenth back on him.
All trying to figure out what they can do.
Oh, look at this. Jake Drew has made his way past Blake Nash.
Yeah, he's continuing.
Spoke too soon. The progress is continuing.
Yeah, and that, again, leads to the PSI conversation I was trying to have there is, how is that going to fare out with the tire pressures for this last stage? And we're seeing Drew do that. Lloyd starting to put together solid pace, but might get passed by Drew with the rate Drew's doing in the draft right now on the closeout.
Yeah, Colin Lloyd, all that improvement early. Indeed, like you said, might have gone higher on air pressure than, say, his teammate McQueen, who is finding new life late in the going. Whether he waited to save or he has simply found another gear, he's got a huge run. He's going to roll with it. Caden McQueen to the lead in turn number 4. Back out in front with 4.5 laps to go.
Had to test it, had to try and go for it there because he knew that if he did it, Massimino would just continue to play the game, potentially even back them up more to get Butcher to break them up. Now, Massimino's going to be put onto the offensive, has to go aggressive here if he wants a chance to take back this race lead, and he has been very eager in through turn 1 today.
He was not shy about being aggressive in K Senior, and it almost paid off, and it provisionally did when we saw it cross the line. But he is holding back right now here at the end of lap number 20, working on to lap 21. 4 to go. Caden McQueen trying to deliver for Velocity Sodi. Sean Butcher looking for his first American win, and Paulie Massimino, a rebound drive to defend his house here at Trackhouse Motorplex and try to escape the opening round of the weekend with the points lead, because it is ever close between these three off such a solid run to this point. This time by, it'll be 3 laps to go. McQueen a little bobble in 8, trying to use the runoff to make up for it as he was spat out wide, and that has allowed Paulie to close right to the bumper. He could go here, or he could wait, and I think he's going to buy himself a little more time. Try not to involve Butcher as much as he can. He'll push him down the front straightaway.
Once again, tries to give him the edge, coming under 3 to go. This time through, Massimino continues to try and provide the pressure. Butcher needs them to fight to have a chance right now. Hasn't been able to close up that extra part length to them. As they work their way up through 6, off to 7 again. Can Massimino get a chance to go for a lunge? Right now, he's still that extra quarter cart length behind. Might need to be an edge closer on some of these exits to get the run, and he's not getting that quite yet with how McQueen staying planted on the exits.
Yeah, Caden McQueen is just holding strong here at this point. He is trying to make that Velocity Sodi go everywhere that Paulie would want to go, so Paulie's going to be in dirty air anywhere. And beyond that, of course, hitting his marks, pushing to a new level. They coasted at the 47.6s up to the 8s earlier. Now they're back down to the 4s, but Massimino's got another run. He'll push him again, continuing to bide his time, and McQueen certainly knows what he's doing. It wouldn't take a lot of defense from Caden to bring Butcher back into it. Does he think that's his better play, or would he rather try to keep it amongst the two of them? Here's Paulie now, not going to give him the chance, no! McQueen hanging tough on the outside. Butcher now is involved, and Paulie has to protect low in 9. He will, but he'll give up a little bit of exit speed. As he looks back, he tries to look for some help from Butcher. Butcher will give it to him, keeping the lead and the win in sight. 2 laps to go, 3 to decide it up front. Drew has gotten his way to 4th behind them. He would love for all 3 of them to really get into it and make it a real wild ending. 1.5 laps to go as McQueen begins to park the bus down low.
Now a defensive maneuver as Massimino rides on behind. Butcher, if they go side by side, don't be surprised if he picks off one of them immediately. Right now, McQueen making his way up through 7. Now doesn't go down, he does. Massimino does have Butcher on the outside. Didn't stick though with the grip.
And that'll make Paulie have a little bit of an easier run through 9 this time. He can open up a little more in the center to maximize the exit. He'll keep the pressure on Caden up the hill. McQueen covers a little bit. That'll hurt the run down the main straightaway. 1 lap to go. Caden McQueen trying to hang on. Covers the inside off. Butcher, huge run coming this time up the hill to 3, but there's nowhere to go with it. Massimino, high, low, looking for any gap that exists as Butcher goes to the high side. He'll try to send it around the outside. Sean Butcher up to second with a great power move in turn 4.
Drove around the outside, even with the risk of marbles up through the bowl. Now, best chance coming up to turn 8. Can Butcher get alongside McQueen? Blocked off again. Massimino tries to go up and under and try and pass them both.
He'll be on the outside in 9. McQueen's going to release the brake pedal to get into the side of him, but Paulie still made it happen. Massimino rides the cushion, and at Paulie's house to the final turn, Massimino reigns supreme again. He wins round 1 of the U.S. Pro Kart Series.
It took the smarts and took the experience, I think, of this track to get it done. All you can do with in the case of McQueen, is give a handshake and a round of applause. Nicely done. And one of the veterans in this field gets the victory once more here in X30.
What an incredible drive. What a performance. Paulie Massimino reigning supreme here at Trackhouse Motorplex. Once again, we've said that a bunch and we'll say it some more as long as he keeps doing moves like that. How about the shoe, though? Jake Drew able to sneak away into 3rd at the end of it all by just about 100th. Heck of a ending and into the money for the payday on the weekend ahead of Butcher and Colin Lloyd, the hard charger. And then here, the remainder of your top 20 overall. Ryan Raffa slipping just outside the top 10 late in the going. Heartbreaker, of course, for Marcelo Tortado. But Paulie Massimino, what a move to get it done. Your winner in X30 Pro.
Paulie Massimino at home catches everybody by surprise in the end to take the win at home. And you see him and Caden debriefing, all smiles. And again, a big support system here for Paulie supporting him. And we'll step in here with Paulie Massimino. Paulie, tell me about that last lap. You're back in 3rd. And again, through perseverance and through a move around the outside, you get the win. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels good. Honestly, going through the bowl when Butcher went around the outside, I probably could have forced the issue, but I kind of figured that was going to be my best option, was to let him go to 2nd and see if I could do the crossover. I think Caden probably could have been a little bit more aggressive if he really wanted to, through the double rights. But no, this package was unreal. We made some changes this morning because we weren't happy yesterday, and what we did, I felt helped a lot. Obviously, my move on the last lap, I don't really recommend. I teach all my kids not to do that, but it was just 1 out of those 10 times. So, yeah, unfortunate about Kay this earlier. It would have been cool to pull up. I still think what I did was not what they claim to be, but it is what it is. That's their opinion, I guess, and we have our own. But this one's a lot sweeter. I've won K here plenty of times, and I think the only X30 race I've won here was the shootout. So this one feels good. Obviously, the BBS BGR package was on rails. Can't thank everybody enough. My dad working on both karts this weekend. Didn't miss a step. We were here working the other night till 10 o'clock at night to get everything done and ready. So I can't thank him enough. My parents, my mom, my whole family that supports me, and Offset, Nexet, Wiggity Wayne's barbecue sauce, Odenthal, the chassis table for tuning me up, Paulie Racing, again for the laps here, and yeah, my girlfriend, Brooke, her family, and Apex Apparel.
Lastly here, on that point, right, you have your girlfriend here, your whole family's here. What does that mean to you, having the support of them, cheering you on this weekend?
Yeah, it's amazing. Obviously, I have a big support group here just because this is my home, and so it feels good to have them all behind me. I see, especially my little man over there, Slate, watching me on, and it's cool to see all the kids that you coach able to kind of do what you need to do to prove to them that you have what it takes to help them get to the next level.
How do you celebrate tonight?
I don't know yet. We'll probably be down at the Knockman Garage, and yeah, pack up this tent first, make Eddie happy, and then, yeah.
Well, there you guys have it. Paulie Massimino, a winner in Pro X30.
A big-time power move to get the job done. We got one problem here. Miles Danoff, as Pro Shifter takes to the racetrack off the circuit, trying to get himself refired. A quick look at, of course, that performance. It catapults Paulie to the top of the championship standings by only 30. Caden McQueen still well in the hunt, of course, along with Sean Butcher and Jake Drew and company. Blake Nash, 5th in the standings coming out of Trackhouse Motorplex. So X30 Pro, there's a look at them, all wrapped, signed, sealed, and delivered with your unofficial final standings with round 1 in the books, all fighting to get into the top 8 and into that Leaders Circle fund for a fully funded 2027 U.S. Pro Kart Series season with entry fees and tires included. Pro Shifter's got that up for grabs as well, along with the money for the main event win. Adrian Renedin's won twice in the United States. He's never gotten to cash the check, though. All now it is up for grabs. It is a first-time potential payday win from the pole if he could do it alongside Justin White, Jay Irwin, and Gavin Bailiff back on row 2.
Row 3, Mateo Pappas and Charlie Steins will start off in 6th spot. Finnegan Bailiff is in 7th in row 4. Miles Danoff will start off in 8th.
Will Power joined us for qualifying day. He's here watching the boys get after it in Pro Shifter. Didn't get to enjoy watching him race. We would have loved to. We hope we will get to when we return with gearbox action later in the year. But for now, 4 drivers all have at one point or another shown the speed and the potential to stand on top of the box this weekend. Adrian Renedin kicked things off with the pole in qualifying, but Justin White got the better of him in both heat races. And then Renedin let really the field know who he was, if they ever forgot, with that superheat performance yesterday. White will get that preferred outside starting spot, ending up in 2nd, though. That has been the whole shot, 3 for 3 times. So as we're ready for the final time this weekend for the Carolina Grand Prix, Pro Shifter, presented by Velocity Racing Sodi, goes to the lights, and round 1 of the U.S. Pro Kart Series is green. And once again, Justin White's got the whole shot up to turn number 3.
It's been that way all weekend, with the outside line being the better line. No Hunter ratio. There might have been a chance with it cleaned up. It looked a lot dirty, though, off that initial launch, and White really taking advantage. However, Renedin still keeping close in 2nd.
Pressure on as they go down the gearbox and back up the shifts there, down to turn number 8. Early going here, very close all through your top group here. Renedin's ready to pounce at the end of lap 1. Right back at it. Adrian Renedin gets through in turn 11. He'll lead him down the front stretch as White comes under fire, because here comes Jay Irwin to pounce as well. He'll get by in turn 1 and move the Kiwi up to 2nd.
Now this is the big thing for Irwin. Now has track position. Now has the opportunity compared to yesterday. Can he find his way up to the points here? You know, Irwin does a lot of strong racing across the country when he's here stateside. But today, going to have to put in a lot of work, because Renedin is already trying to boost away far. Irwin way deep in the corner to catch up.
Justin White still struggling to recover now after 2 back-to-back corners getting pushed to the shuffled, and no room to get down to the inside lane, having to go to the outside. Combine that with the low air pressure and cold tires, he is slipping and sliding and is going to be still pressured by Gavin Bailiff at the end of the 2nd lap for 3rd. But Jay Irwin, he spent the second half of his superheat hunting Adrian Renedin, riding behind him, trying to tee him up for a move, and he couldn't quite get the job done. But it's an inverse of the weekend that he had 2 weeks ago in the desert, where he had the dominant performance through the heats and the pre-final, only to have a botched start that buried him in the field, and he still was able to end up 3rd up until the last 2 laps. Now his teammate for the weekend, Gavin Bailiff, gets the job done for P3. We mentioned there at the end of the last lap that, of course, he was starting to get onto the back of Justin White. Now he tries to keep his teammate Irwin in sights. How much benefit was this single practice session, having 2 cars in the field versus 1? That's the question here for me, Justin. Trinity Karting Group fielding both Jay Irwin and Gavin Bailiff, and Finnegan Bailiff through 3 cars here this weekend, able to do some setup changes or testing, whereas everybody everybody else only had themselves to try something out.
To me, at least, it's more sample size to be able to figure out what works, what doesn't work. I know there was a lot of time with Thursday and Friday to pick that up, and in some cases, teams able to go through entire changes back and forth. But the more you have a strength in numbers, the more you can tweak and see what works amongst the drivers to get a true consensus. To me, at least, Irwin and Bailiff have had a good amount of pace all weekend with that consensus they picked up since Saturday all the way through Sunday.
There was a lap of that pace going back and forth here as the tires start to really get up to temperature and peak air pressure here. The drivers on the circuit starting to find their rhythm. Justin White swallowed up a little bit. Adrian Rennerden got the better of Jay the lap before, but now Irwin takes over the fast lap of the race honors. There's no bonus points in the championship for it. There is the 25-point bonus for Rennerden for qualifying on the pole on Friday, though. And with that and a main event win, he could potentially leave Mooresville with a hefty margin over the field, heading towards that massive championship payday prize.
Yeah, and absolutely puts himself in a great spot to start, absolutely. Over the course of a 4-race championship, there's a lot you need to get right, obviously, with a lot of different types of racetracks in particular. So for Rennerden to start off the run would be absolutely a dream. However, it's still lap 6, so you can't necessarily write that in stone yet and put it in the newspapers yet.
There must have been an issue that lap for Charlie Steins crossing the timing line. I believe he still ended up in a decent spot and still is going further back as Irwin continues to try to track down Rennerden. There's your top 5 back to Mateo Pappas, who's having a solid start to the Sunday, keeping 4 of the best in the business well within his sights. Very limited shifter card experience for Mateo, but he has done a fine job here getting away. And I wonder if Charlie Steins and Finnegan Bailiff must have got together last lap or something, because even Finn wasn't in frame anywhere last time by the loop. Let's see what happens this time by as they cross. There's Finnegan, still digging.
All of them still trying to find the way forward. We'll say, of course, as far along with some of the storylines from the previous times out of the pro scene. Remember, the bailiffs, when it comes to Gavin having to do double duty last time over in Tucson, now today, it's done pretty well for his sake in the top 3, with both the bailiffs able to get in the top 5 now.
So Finn indeed is still going. Something happened obviously to Charlie Steins in the last lap or so, and that's taken him out. And Gavin Bailiff still well within shouting distance of the top 2, but Jay Irwin certainly has the best outright pace at the moment. He has closed up to Adrian Rennerden. Now, Rennerden, in a lot of the heat races, Caleb mentioned it looked like he was holding back. He still looks very planted right now. He knows this 25-lapper is a marathon. He might be okay allowing Jay Irwin to get close to him, but not too close. And I would argue Jay is on the verge of getting too close. And Adrian, I think, still can sense it as he is covering just a little bit lower on the entry to turn number 8. Turn number 9, Jay here trying to look for clear air, and there was none to be found there, so he lost a little. But he is incrementally getting the gap closer. And every lap that he's able to stay this close, he's able to try something a little bit different and see if he can find a way to adjust the way he's attacking the racetrack to get close enough to pounce on Adrian, which was really the only thing he couldn't do. He had to use his tires up, passing the pack in the heats and the super heat. Now it's a level playing field again, a clean reset with a fresh MG rubber, and he is all over him. Look at the run up and down into 6, now through 7, into turn 8. He's close enough. He's going to keep the pressure on. He'll even give Adrian a little love tap there, and that kind of hurt him more than it did Adrian.
I think that was while he was trying to pick up the gear also, so right in the center of the apex. Irwin with that got bogged down a fair bit, and now it's going to take another couple laps to regather what he was doing initially because of that little hit through 8.
Yeah, it was just a mistimed moment there for Jay. That was the closest he'd been to Rennerden, and I think he just didn't anticipate Adrian getting onto the power just that split second later than he was hoping for. So when he went to go pick up the throttle and begin shifting back up, he had to hesitate as he kind of got into the back of the number 12 and then get back going again. So now he's got to rebuild, and it's just allowing more time for Gavin Bailiff and Justin White to creep closer and closer to Adrian Rennerden's Velocity Sodi along with Irwin's Burl Art. because they were nearly a 2-second delta back. They're down to less than a second in Gavin's case. In fact, Justin is actually putting the heat on Gavin Bailiff now for third. Look at this. Here he goes. Took him a while to find his footing. Justin White back on the move in the right direction, up to P3.
Able to jump up in front, hasn't got himself towards the top in a couple of years in terms of these, but so far has done pretty well for himself on the weekend. Again, started off with strength in the heats, but the super heat was the tough part for Justin White. Now it's going to require a lot of effort to get to these two you see on screen. Rennick again playing the middle of the racetrack up through 8 to prevent any moves from the 20.
Yeah, all he's got to do is just continue to park it in the 1 to 2 major opportunities that Jay would have and make that kart nice and wide and on the line and everywhere else that's higher speed to force Jay to really have to use up his stuff, trying to stay close enough to make a pass later in the lap. And Justin White, like you said, that superheat was probably the only downbeat he's had across the board over the last 4 days. That was a lesson learned, I imagine, in tire management, but equally in what the setup they opted for. And you could see that on full display here at the start of this main. He was nowhere speed-wise early. Now he's close in terms of lap times. And while it still is an edgier seat waiting game here for the race lead, the longer this goes on, the slower the pace is up front, the better the odds get for the Maranello. This will be the first lap he's gotten clear racetrack. We'll see if the pace has picked up or is it still going to be a mano-a-mano fight out front. That time by, he evened out to Reneden, still holding that 1.8 second margin. And Gavin Bailiff, whatever was wrong that allowed Justin to get to him, he's going to come under fire here in a matter of moments too. Mateo Pappas is only 0.6 away from the number 7. Bailiff is dropping like a rock right now. Something seriously appears to be wrong on the man in 4th.
Yeah, Pappas was about your half a second quicker last time by on top of that mark, so that's going to be a bit of an issue, to say the least, for the 7. That being said, as we keep an eye on the race leaders, we'll say Irwin continuously, every time he gets pretty close now, up through 9, you've seen that. Again, lost a bit of ground on exit, had to back off a little bit in the aero weight. Now, it's going to take a lot of effort to get alongside Reneden with the shifts as we complete 13 laps total. And remember, if they start fighting hard, will there be a chance for Justin White to get there? He's still within 2 seconds of all this.
He's certainly close enough that if things really get wild, he can pounce. That was a really good run in the S's as well for Irwin. Close as he's been in a minute. Reneden knows it. Irwin does as well. Sending it to the inside for the race lead. They're drag racing now to turn number 9. Irwin over the curbing. No dice there. And that brings White ever close now. Justin White fully in frame. Reneden holds. But for how long can he maintain the top spot? Jay Irwin starting to get aggressive here as we approach and now have passed the halfway mark.
Running out of laps to think about things. Right now that gap went down 0.8 compared to Justin White last time by as a result of that side-by-side. Going to take another few laps again for Irwin to try again. Remember, multiple-time New Zealand champion looking to try and push again and get himself on the reset. Coming up to 10 to go when we get back up to the stripe. Getting tight with Irwin. Again, staying within a kart length or so, but has been having the difficulty of actually eating that 1 kart length up and making it stick.
It had been nearly a full year and a half from Jay Irwin's first win until he got his 2nd American National win at the Winter Series earlier this year. And now we thought there was something amiss for Gavin Bailiff. There's a look. The mechanical woes. The downbeat start to 2026 continues for the Cincinnati, Ohio native. And it'll be a DNF for Gavin Bailiff. Last year's surprise winner at the opening round of the Scripture Pro Tour, and this year, a disappointing start to the season, a struggle in the desert, and now he's off to the sidelines, hopefully rooting on his teammate for the weekend, Jay Irwin, to get the job done, who is right there on Adrian Reneden, who seems to be struggling a little bit now in the later stages. Justin White is continuing to close the gap, and that gap at this point, it could evaporate if Jay tries another move that doesn't quite pay off. He's got time, because right now there has been no signs that Adrian Reneden has a chink in the armor, that there's a way for Irwin to get past him. Is there an opportunity that'll make itself known here soon enough? Because again, Jay is just stuck right behind him and doing everything he can to stay close, hoping for a mistake out of the Frenchman, but he hasn't got it.
Yeah, there's a little slide right there. That might have been a possibility. Irwin again, bit of contact nearly. Again, tried to take it flat to the inside. Didn't get the overlap for the second time he's done that.
And every time he does it, he's using up those front tires a little bit more. Now Justin White closes in. 3 together across the line. 17 down, 8 to go. Still a long road ahead if Reddington is indeed struggling. Or is it a true cat and mouse game? And is he, in the case of not being chased, but somehow still controlling the pace and saving up his stuff to rocket away in the final few laps? Hard to say for now. We'll have to wait and, of course, find out. But Irwin continues to send it through the infield and try to close up to the Velocity Sodi once again.
See Reddington trying to take a different line yet again through 8. Noticing he takes some of the approach a little bit differently. Now, keep in mind, one of the things to watch for, too, noticing with Justin White, this is something the crew's mentioned throughout the race. A little bit different line in terms of the 32. A little bit of bottom out we've seen right about here-ish in the corners. That hasn't really held back Justin White today, per se. But you see right there, the top two, when they single file out, still get the chance to stretch out their legs. In that case, stretch out a couple part legs again.
And you can see that with the front bumper mounting for Justin White. That's what's scratching the ground there as he goes into the corner when all the weight transfers to the front of the chassis, that he's scraping the plastic and he got it mounted a little bit lower, maybe to try and mitigate the dirty areas you have following someone. Whatever the case is for the setup, you can see visually he's got his front nose a little closer to the ground compared to the two in front. Whether that'll be the right play or not, you've got 3 different manufacturers, 3 different teams, all under a blanket here in Pro Shifter for the return of the division to the U.S. Pro Kart Series. 6 to go, Reddington to Irwin to White. And indeed, whether that's the issue or something else, White's worst corner right now definitely seems to be turns 1 and 2. However, he has been exceptional from there onwards on the rest of the lap. And now we're starting to see Adrian Reddington pick that pace back up again and try to pull the gap out a little. Irwin is still close, but not as close as he's been in earlier parts. He's tried twice now to no avail. How desperate will he be when the laps are really ticking down? They will get the 5-finger salute from Porter on the front straightaway to let him know 5 laps to go in Pro Shifter. Reddington, Irwin, White, half a second covering your top 3.
Still Irwin trying to figure out a way to close. He's only been able to match the times as of late, if not stay within a couple 100s. Right now, Irwin needs to find something. If he's trying to cool off tires to make sure he gets a charge, he's got to start setting up now. Got a lot of curbing, though, coming out at 6. That costs him some ground, and now Justin White stays within range. Irwin tries to gain it back in the braking zone, but Irwin just about dipped himself off the racetrack.
Yeah, Jay Irwin, ultimately, he thought that he was going to be able to continue to get more out of aggressively attacking those curbs in the chicane. Went just a bit over the limit there. Seems to have recovered nicely from it, though. Still only 3/10 back. This is still very manageable at this point in the race. If he can just continue the momentum that he's been building all race long to run back up to the number 12 rear bumper.
Right now, you keep in mind, White was time by with that. Actually got his best lap in a while into the 45s also. So White, he has already gone into attack mode on the close. Bit of a slide across the corner coming out of 7, making the way through 8 up to 9. Separation about a kart length between each of these karts. Coming up to a few laps to decide it. Can Reddington maintain the gap, if not prevent any mistakes? Or can Irwin find one more surge without too much of a slide on the tires?
You saw Jay have a quick look, a frantic look even, back at Justin White. He knows he has really expended a lot of what he's brought to this 25-lapper already. He doesn't have probably a whole lot left to throw at Adrian. He's already tried turn 8 twice. He's been able to get that close by nicking the curb at turn 5 and absolutely tossing the kart through turn number 6. And now, once again, close not quite enough to be able to make a run at him there. He needs to find a way to stay on him and hopefully pressure Reddington to defend a little more in other parts of the racetrack, because Adrian has been able to run a consistent line, almost the exact same line, no matter how close Jay has been for all 23 laps thus far. 2 laps to go. Irwin sends it through 1. Huge run for him there. Can he hold close through 3 to make a run at 4? Reddington knows he's close. He's going to cover low a little bit. No dice yet, but oh boy, is Jay teeing up for something.
I'd watch for something by 8 because Irwin looking to try and build up the momentum. They make their way up to 7, still within about half a kart length. There's a thought, but Reddington knew it was coming, blocked it off. Irwin rides on behind. Justin White in the popcorn seat as they make their way up to the final sector. White flag ready to come out in the next moment, and Irwin seems to be thinking about what's going to require a big lunge to get next to Reddington.
Oh, Jay got a terrible exit out of the last turn. Justin White looking to pounce, but Jay's going to cover at the same time. Reddington still was. They're still close. There has not been a successful pass for the lead yet. There's been a 1 pass for second, and yet it is edge of your seat because the last lap's underway. Now the gloves, if they weren't already off, they'll be off now. Look at them jumping the curbs in the S's. But they got a terrible exit into 8. Reddington well clear. White's gonna look for second. Irwin won't give it to him. Huge run for Jay still. It's not over. Into 9. Final time. Reddington needs one more good launch. For 25 laps, he has maintained the onslaught. He has fended them off. And the first time with a cash check to boot, Adrian Reddington lights the candle at the U.S. Pro Kart Series opener.
Well done with the fight. He said the key all weekend was to be fast, long run. He knew he had a kart for this. And as he picks up on the rubber, he called a shot. He ends up on top of the board by the end of the day.
Adrian Reddington, a masterclass display of managing a race from start to finish. It was not the same circumstances as Arizona, where he and Mateus Morgado seemed to have a leg up on the field for speed, and yet he's managed to go 1 spot better. How about that for an average finish in 2026, Justin? A P2, and 2 weeks later you get your first win of the new year here in the States. Adrian Reddington, victorious in Pro Shifter. American win number 3, payday win number 1.
Extremely happy, I think, once we speak with him later on in a bit. You can see he's taking his time here.
Well, he wants to make sure that we're okay and the series is okay with him doing some donuts, because I think this Velocity Sodi is going to have a little bit of a break here before he takes it back in action next weekend at Charlotte Motor Speedway. I spoke to him earlier this week. He said they're staying here in town, stateside, going to do a little more R&D, and they're going to keep trying to go even faster. This package, unreal for the black and orange crew. They brought Adrian over at the beginning of last year. They added Mateus Morgado to the roster heading into November. And now on the first 2 regular season Pro Shifter main events, they are going to reign victorious, and we're going to cap things off with some Sunday afternoon donuts. How about it for Adrian Reddington, victorious in Mooresville, North Carolina.
Well, standing by here with Adrian Reddington. Adrian, 25 excruciating laps totaled off the barrel arts. Tell me about it.
Yeah, honestly, in this final we don't have the pace like usual, but like I said yesterday, track position is really important. Shout out to Jay to make a clean race, even if I was defending, but I think it's racing and I do my job.
Again, how does it feel? You get the first one of the year to your name, continuing this momentum of the team.
Yeah, for the team is excellent. The beginning, we make 1 and 2 last weeks, and now again in the first position. Happy to drive in this new championship for me and begin this way.
How long has it been since you've done some donuts? Looked a little bit rusty at the first half.
Yeah, always to get some donuts. I think it's fun, and I'm happy for this.
There you go. Who'd you like to thank?
All my team, Velocity Racing, managing tuner Carlos, my mechanic Kevin, and all the staff who work for me.
There you go. Congrats. Winner in 2026.
Thank you.
Adrian Reneden, first one of Pro Shifter to USPKS. Xander?
And with that, Adrian Reneden will suit back up and head to the scale line. He'll also head to round 2 with a hefty points lead in the Pro Shifter class presented by Velocity Racing Sodi. 65 markers up the board from Jay Irwin. Justin White, 5 markers back there. Solid run today, and sometimes that's all you had. P3 for the number 32. How about Mateo Pappas? Would love to see the number 19 some more. He's got a very busy year and about everything with 4 wheels and a steering wheel, but an impressive drive here this weekend at his home racetrack here at Trackhouse Motorplex, and of course a bummer specifically for Gavin Bailiff, the Bailiff brothers 5th and 6th there. Mechanical again plaguing the number 7 machine. Justin?
Yeah, unfortunate for the Bailiffs in that situation with Gavin, but Reneden said it himself, it was about managing the track position in the end. Didn't feel the long run was as where it was in the previous races, but today it was about trying to withstand the pressure. He did so in the heat to end things off for a wonderful start to the season.
Certainly. Adrian Reneden victorious here. A hefty points haul, a payday purse, and the first driver to put their flag in the sand, and hopefully the first champion of the return of Pro Shifter to the U.S. Pro Kart Series. What a weekend it has been thus far here for the Carolina Grand Prix. In general, it's been phenomenal to get to bring you all of the action here. Justin, happy to have you with us. And, of course, the coverage continues with the Perico post-race show and post-race podiums here. As soon as Tech clears all divisions, we'll be getting to break down all today's action and honor the top 5 finishers. There's a number of awards as well. How about the Hard Charger, the On the Move presented by MPI, equally to a number of drivers able to be on the up and on the wheel and moving through the pack. So there's ample awards beyond even the top 5 finishers to dish out here when we get to the podium ceremonies. But a couple of closing thoughts here as we get towards the end of the trackside coverage here and then go to trackside post-race, Justin.
Well, it was about, when it came to this weekend, how you were able to manage a lot of the runs as you normally would see. But in terms of Trackhouse uniquely, it was about, could you try and plan things up for the sends up through the middle sector up to the start of Sector 3? That's where a lot of opportunities came to be. We also seen in many cases, if you didn't get the apexes right in 4, it really cost you a lot of opportunities. In particular, the best of the best drivers this weekend were the ones who managed the tires, but also managed the pressure in the very end of the high cooker situations.
And no better display of that than that 25-lapper we just witnessed. A masterclass there for Adrian Reneden, hanging on and fending off the likes of Jay Irwin and Justin White. We'll take a quick break in the coverage. Post-race activities continuing on the other side of this break here from Trackhouse.
Champions aren't just born on the kart track. At SimShop, we deliver professional-grade simulators with the best performance-to-price ratio in the industry. Founded by racers who understand what you need, our SimMagic and Moza equipment is powerful enough for the pros, yet affordable for everyone. With unmatched customer support and a thriving community, we're your racing partner. Visit simshop.com today.
ready to get behind the wheel? From Formula One to NASCAR and IndyCar, all the pros start here. For more information, check us out online at mcckarting.com or call us and go racing today.
Hey guys, another Kart Chaser Driver Fitness episode with me, Chris G. Today, I'm going to show you how to protect those ribs in the seat. We're doing core. Exercise number 1 is the bench leg raise. Controlled all the way down, full range of motion. Make sure you pick up that tailbone off the pad. Coming down, controlling. Great for the lower abdomen area and obliques. Floor slider mountain climbers, exercise number 2. Exercise number 3, the plate-loaded decline bench sit-up. I'll see you guys on the next episode of Chris G Coaching, race-ready training that carries into real life. That's what we do.
Karting isn't just speed. It's control, precision, freedom. At Atlanta Motorplex Park, Kart Freedom isn't just a team. It's where drivers are made.
You know, I'm really starting to like this go-karting thing.
Yeah, me too. Oh my gosh, can I show you this cute dress I just got?
Yes, of course. Oh my goodness, it's so cute.
I just love shopping.
I love shopping too.
Oh my god.
Wait, did you guys say you like shopping?
Of
Well,
course.
dude, I have the perfect place to do that at. ShopPayCarrot.com. At ShopPayCarrot.com, you can get free shipping on orders $200 or more. You can get anything you want, like MXC rims, gloves, rib vests, shoes, anything that you need, all at ShopPayCarrot.com.
Who is he talking to?
No idea.
But we're gonna have to check it out. Sounds like a great deal.
Sure does.